And like to remind everyone to sign in on the sheet, make sure it's a proper case. Make sure that you turn all electronic devices off so that it doesn't interfere with our meeting this morning. And before I get Mr. Dixon to introduce the file, I just wanted to say that I've got this Beatles song in my head, When I'm 64. And Mr. Dixon, could you elaborate on why I would have that? Would it be your 64th birthday or something?
Oh, my goodness. Yes, it is.
Happy birthday, Mr. Dixon. Okay, Mr. Dixon, could you go ahead and introduce the file for us, please?
All right, case 6516, a request for a variance of approximately 39 feet to allow an accessory dwelling to be more than 50 feet from the primary dwelling. The site is located at 8 Shepherd Lane, Sykesville, Maryland, on Property Zone C, Conservation District and Election District 14, by Michael Green, Corey's Construction, Code of Public Local Laws and Ordinances, Section 158.07102A 8H. A site visit was tentatively scheduled for July 17th, 2024 at approximately 10:20 a.m. In the file of this matter, we have the following documents. Site minutes. There is a July 15th, 2024 letter from Daphne Daly, Secretary to the Planning Commission. After having reviewed the information contained in the attached analysis, the facts as presented in the application, the relevant portions of the applicable comprehensive and other functional plans, and in accordance with the land use article, this conditional use request, if granted, is consistent with the policies, timing of the implementation of the plan, timing of development, timing of rezoning, development patterns, land uses, and densities or intensities. There's a July 15th, 2024 memo from Randolph Mitchell, Planning Technician. The above referenced BZA case has been reviewed for consistency with the policies and recommendations contained in the 2018 Freedom Community Comprehensive Plan, Carroll County Water and Sewer Master Plan, and other functional plans. Planning staff finds this request for a variance is consistent with the 2014 Carroll County Master Plan as amended in 2019 and would not have an adverse effect on the current use of the property. There is a response to Joe Vance's request to various state and local agencies from Laura Mateus, Bureau Chief Development Review. The property may be eligible to divide via the off-conveyance process. Contact the Bureau of Development Review to discuss the process. A private attorney's opinion on off-conveyance eligibility is a required part of the process. There is a response to Joe Vance's request to various state and local agencies from Thomas Harris, Permits and Inspections. There are no comments from a permits and inspection standpoint. There is a response to Joe Vance's request to various state and local agencies from Andrea Hanley, Carroll County Environmental Health Department. Proposed use may not be acceptable unless it is demonstrated that there is an adequate water supply and adequate area for the installation of an initial and 2 replacement septic systems for the proposed use and any existing uses of this property. Hearing notice was posted July 1st, 2024. There is a response to Joe Vance's request from J.P. Smith Jr., Program Manager, Ag Land Preservation Program. This property is not in ag preservation. I have no comments at this time. Hearing notice was posted on June 27th, 2024 by Inspector Scott Robinson. There is a response to Joe Vance's request from Janet O'Meara, Bureau Chief, Resource Management. Must address stormwater management and grading codes. There is a response to Joe Vance's request from Anastasia Yamelia Nova, Acting Zoning Administrator. Comments? No comments attached for information only, section 158.07102A8. And then there's a application for a variance on distance requirement for an accessory use. I would ask that the file be entered into evidence.
Do I have a motion to enter the file into evidence?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor, aye.
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 We will go ahead and move the file into evidence. Before we get started on this case, 6516 this morning, if there's anyone that is going to testify on this case and only this case, could you please stand and raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Very good. You can be seated.
Thank you.
Please state your name, address, and occupation, and spell for the record your last name.
Good morning. My name is Michael Green, Green. I am with Corey's Construction. I am the general contractor on this project. My business address is 4760 Zane Miller Drive, Waynesboro, Pennsylvania. My personal address is 13220 Glendale Drive, Hagerstown, Maryland.
Okay. So you were the only one who took the oath. I'm assuming you're the only person that's here about this project. The way our normal procedures are is the applicant, that would be you, would go ahead and make your case to the board. Anyone from the audience can ask questions of your testimony, then the board gets the opportunity to do that. Anyone that is wants to make comment on your application can do so, and then you can have summation comments, and then the board will make a determination.
Great, thank you. I also have plot plans.
Okay. Do
Distribute.
you have enough for everyone? You
Yeah,
want to
yes.
enter those into the? Are they in the file already?
The 9.5 by 11, the larger size, I was told to bring.
Okay. So you go
Yes,
ahead and bring.
I do have.
And is that enough for everyone?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we'll go ahead and accept that into evidence.
Thank you. Also, attached is my brief with the summations with those two.
So I'll make the larger one 1 and the other one 2.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead and proceed, Mr. Green.
Thank you. On behalf of the property owners, Nicholas and Sarah Stein, we formally request the variance to section 1580702A8H, stating the detached accessory dwelling shall be located on lots at least 3 acres in size and may not be located more than 50 feet from the principal dwelling. Our variance request is for the allowable ADU to be built at most 100 feet from the principal dwelling with an approximate location of 89 feet. The subject property is currently used as the owner's primary residence, this of Nick and Sarah Stein, and for agricultural purposes. The existing structures on this property include the primary dwelling, a pool deck, 2 barns, and grazing areas. The property is situated within the Conservation District. The proposed use of this property involves the construction of a detached accessory dwelling unit, or an ADU, at the distance of 89 feet from the principal dwelling. The ADU will serve as the dwelling for Mrs. Stein's parents, providing them with an independent living situation while maintaining proximity to their family. This proposed use aligns with the intent of the accessory dwelling unit, which aims to provide affordable housing options and support multi-generational living arrangements. The construction of the ADU will not alter the property's primary use and zoning as a residential and agricultural operation. Justifications for this variance. The undue hardships. Strict adherence to the 50-foot distance requirements creates an undue hardship due to the following reasons. The existing pool and pool deck. The existing pool and pool deck on the property necessitates the setbacks that's conflicting with the 50-foot requirement. The side setbacks and width of the lot. The required 20 feet side setbacks in the conservation district further limits the available space of the ADU. I would also like to note that this lot was originally zoned agricultural and has been switched to the conservation district. The lot is only 212 feet wide, further creating an undue hardship for the placement of the ADU. Furthermore, the health department's regulations and the mandate of a 30-foot clearance to all wells to permanent structures further restrict the placement. Finally, the adverse grading thus affects the location of the ADU. The closest possible placement. The proposed location of 89 feet from the principal dwelling is the closest feasible placement that minimizes or avoids the aforementioned hardships. Similar in nature and function to the required zoning regulations. The proposed variance maintains the spirit and intent of the zoning requirement. The ADU will function as intended, providing housing and family members and align with state and federal initiatives to promote affordable housing. Intent to subdivide clarified. During the adoption of the current county zoning regulations, the 50-foot distance requirement was specifically implemented to prevent confusion for potential future buyers regarding the possibility of subdividing the property. The proposed ADU placement, however, clearly demonstrates the property's continuous nature and lacking of intent to subdivide. The attached pool deck, the narrow lot side distances, and the existing primary dwelling's septic reserve located next to the ADU site all provides ample evidence to any potential purchaser that this property is not designed for separate lots. Placing the ADU any closer to the primary dwelling, although physically impossible due to the constraints, would not further clarify this intent or change the perspective of the property as a unified parcel. The impact of subdivision. While this property is eligible for subdivision, as confirmed by Mrs. Mateus, Development Review Bureau Chief, doing so would significantly impact its current use as a working agricultural farm. Subdividing, as neighbors' properties have done, would disrupt the existing agricultural operations and potentially diminish the overall productivity of the farm. Preserving the property's agricultural integrity is a priority for the owners, and the proposed ADU placement aligns with this goal by minimizing disruptions of farm activities. Finally, permitting and other zoning regulation compliances. The proposed project has been submitted to the building department and the health department with all applicable requirements met and approval pending granting of this variance. Us, the applicants, respectfully request that the Board of Zoning Appeals grant this a variance to allow the construction of the ADU at the proposed distance of within 100 feet from the principal dwelling. This variance would alleviate the undue hardship, align with the intent of the zoning regulations, and support the property's existing use as a primary dwelling. I would point to what we have labeled Exhibit 2 to further define the location. On pages 2, it's a zoomed-in scale drawing to precisely around the primary dwelling and the location of the ADU. The color coordination here is, if you can see, the proposed ADU, existing dwelling, the existing patio and pool. The small blue circle inside the larger black circle is the health department's requirements of the 30-foot setback from all wells, drastically limiting the placement. I would also note that the terrain, as the primary contours are labeled in green, dark green, and the secondary in light green are 2-foot increments. Placing the ADU any closer to the existing pool would completely need to change the property. Thank you.
Okay, does anyone in the audience have any questions of Mr. Green's testimony? Seeing none, board members, any questions of Mr. Green's testimony?
Good morning, Mr. Oh, sorry. Good morning, Mr. Green. I have a
Morning.
question concerning, the placement of the accessory dwelling. Code says it's 50 feet. Can you explain why it could not align with the end of the exterior patio pool deck? It seems to me it could move further to, looking at this diagram here, further towards the street.
So if we may orient ourselves with up being correctly north and defined directions as east, being the front of the house, to place in the front, which would be the east part of the pool deck, would place the ADU in the limitations of the health department's restrictions, requesting then, and then to place it further on the western side, you would almost be out of the 50-foot requirement, as the red circle that is on the corner of the house I show as a 50-foot 50-foot continuous circle around to show where the ADU would actually need to be placed to meet the requirements. At some point, you are either going to conflict with the 30-foot requirement from the health department or need to be completely outside of it. This is also where the excessive grade change from the existing pool deck down would cause adverse effects on the structure, requiring more fill and actually changing the grading of the existing lot.
You were saying that these contour lines are every
Constitute
2
2-foot
feet.
increments, yes, sir. So
So we're
from,
talking about a total of about 6-foot difference.
yes,
No, actually 4 feet difference, because that blue circle, I believe, is a 30-foot limit. Is that correct? For a well?
yes, sir.
So I don't see why the property could still not fit next to the patio deck and still meet the 30-foot limit there and meet the 50-foot dwelling requirement.
Sir, I believe it would be very hard to actually align it to get it outside of the 30-foot. You can see how those two circles almost converge there.
You were saying like right here,
Yeah,
right? Why couldn't,
right next to the,
what, I believe what he's trying to say is if you take the proposed and you shift it to the left toward the front of the property, I think he's asking why it can't be placed.
There would be the possibility to move it 15 or 20 feet, but I believe it would still be almost impossible to get it within the 50 feet.
Oh, no, I don't think it would be in the 50 feet, though.
well, I disagree, but,
So let me interrupt. So the red circle is the 50 feet from the existing dwelling?
Yes, sir.
So in order to, and then you have the 30 feet around the well?
Yes, sir.
Which is the blue circle, correct?
Correct, yes.
So in order to get that, and what's the square footage?
The ADU itself is 1,000 square feet.
1,000.
Yes,
Is that shown to scale in the green? Where it
Correct.
says ADU?
yes.
I'm suggesting, this is the 50-foot line, it could sit right here, touch the 50-foot, still meet the requirement.
But that would be right at, you're saying if it touched there.
It meets the requirement. I don't,
The only on the placement would be quite inhibitants to the functionality of the ADU to actually get it within that 50 feet and then outside of the 30 feet. You would be angling it and facing basically what would be a southwesterly direction at And also with those grade contours, it really affected, the goal was to have this in a flat area. Because it is for the aging parents, it was not to have this on the side of a hill with hard access. And because we thought that it was because in doing our due diligence and exploring, that a variance would almost be needed no matter what, that the grade was creating undue hardship, and that was determining the placement.
What does ADU mean?
I'm sorry, I apologize, accessory dwelling unit.
Follow-up question, what is the exterior patio pool deck made of?
It's concrete. It's a permanent
concrete.
structure, yes, sir.
And it's attached to the existing dwelling?
Correct, yes.
So is it part of the existing dwelling?
No.
I can only speak into a building term. It is not structurally attached.
Is there any reason that the accessory dwelling could not abut the patio?
It would substantially change the use of the accessory dwelling.
In what way?
It would have access strictly only to the patio, and because of the existing grades, secondary egress would be, several steps. The regulations do require for it to have its own primary parking space.
Right?
You would thus create that parking space at 6 or 7 feet below the actual first floor, which makes it highly unpractical and changes the use of the ADU for elderly parents.
What is the height of the patio above the contour line?
The patio sits approximately at 636, 637. So at the square footage and the dimensions of the current ADU, the parking would necessarily sit probably at 625, 24, which is creating the hardship of access from the parking area.
Thank you. Any
Yes,
other
sir.
questions at this moment?
I've got a couple of questions. I know it's on the file here, and it's in the file, it's written in the file, but what is the acreage of the property?
I believe it's 5.06, sir.
It is. I just wanted that in the record.
Yes, sir.
So you get 5.06 acres, and the lot is, what did you say, 212 feet wide?
Which would be the front of Shepherd's Lane, yes, sir.
Okay.
It is our understanding that this lot originally was an agricultural, then it was switched to the conservation, which is the primary reason of it being and dates to, it's fairly old, is the primary reason why its narrowness, creating more difficulty and challenges.
When was the lot created?
Unfortunately, I do not know, sir.
Not within the last 10 years.
Oh, no. I think the farmhouse it dates to 1850, and there's several of these smaller farmettes on this street.
Okay, that's what I was getting to. That lot wasn't just created recently and the house put on it.
No, sir.
Okay. Because it doesn't meet the minimum lot width
No.
by today's standards. Any other questions?
I have one. So you indicated, or I heard your testimony, and I believe I heard it read from the file, that this property is eligible for subdivision.
Yes, ma'am.
But you also stated that it was not the intention to subdivide it
Correct.
because of the agricultural use of the property.
Yes. The immediate adjacent property has been subdivided, and it has substantially altered that property. That property is not a working farm. The owners currently use this as a working farm. Subdivision will require, because of what the minimums would require for basically the grazing area to be taken away, substantially changing the use of the property.
So let's assume that we grant this request this morning as an accessory dwelling to the existing ag use. What's to keep the next property owner from subdividing?
The actual placement, the current placement and proposed placement at the ADU would drastically reduce that ability because of the panhandle egress on which would be on the south side of that. That would thus reduce the side setbacks from the ADU, causing what would be the egress to the back, the driveway access and easement to the rear to basically make impossible.
So you're suggesting it's cost prohibitive or just not, the placement wouldn't be feasible?
I am stating for potential future subdivision that I believe it wouldn't be feasible. But of course, I'm the builder, not the zoning expert. So as you can see, unfortunately, I don't have a full take, a larger, if you look at on page 1, on the vicinity map that is showing the surrounding parcels, that you can see the two immediate parcels to the south there have been subdivided. And you can see that their dwelling, the lots which would be on the back end are what we call panhandle lots. And they are required a certain amount of distance to allow for the driveway. The current placement of the ADU would limit that distance, would almost certainly restrict that distance from happening, which would lead to potential not being able to subdivide. Forcing the ADU any closer to the center, I believe, would actually would further allow the possibility of subdivision.
Thank you.
One thing, and just, I'm trying to fully understand, I'm very similar to the question that previously asked by my compatriot up here. You could apply for subdividing the property.
Correct.
Okay. And the auxiliary dwelling could be put to the western side of the property,
Yes, sir.
okay? And the discussion is on that particular front, tell me if I'm wrong, the only limitation to that is, in your opinion, it changes the characterization of the property. There's no, unlike where it's currently proposed, there's not health requirements, wells, things, whatever the case may be, that are barriers to placing an auxiliary, to subdivide and place an auxiliary dwelling to the western part of the property. Is that true?
To my understanding, there is no such restrictions of that other than the substantial change to the property and to the owners.
Understood. And the substantial change you're saying is that there'll be a dwelling placed on that portion of the property, not that grazing cannot occur in and around the property.
That would be correct. But the intent from the owner is for the accessory dwelling because of the aging parents.
I understand.
So,
But they still be on the same property. Is it relative to proximity to the primary residence?
correct. If it was practical with all the other restrictions, the ADU would be placed in the within the 50 feet. There are multitudes of benefits of that placement. With aging parents, immediate access, that would be diminished with, subdivision and placing at the edge of the property.
Understood. Thank you for your answer. Appreciate it.
Any other questions? Mr. Colwell?
I'm just concerned about you're talking about grading here. You mentioned that, if I understand this correctly from the larger drawing, sir,
Yes, sir.
that this really boils down to cost of doing the foundation. Is that correct?
No, sir. It is not a cost prohibitive. There is increased cost. The major restriction of this is use of the dwelling for an aging population. It would require, the location would change the grade substantially from one point of access to the other point of access. Even through some substantial design changes, location of parking area and access from the parking area would start to be prohibitive for the aging parents. That is the primary concern, not necessarily the cost prohibitive.
I don't follow that. Going from contour 630, you're going, I understand it's 628, is that right?
Yes, sir.
630, is it going up the hill?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry. 632, 634.
632, 634, and 636, right?
Yes, sir.
636 takes you to next to the well, and then it's 638 is the front. So you've got a slope from 638
I believe that there is the possibility
to
to.
4, 6, so 8 feet, drop of 8 feet. So if you moved it closer to the existing house, that drop would be just a little over 4 feet.
There is the possibility to move it closer, but I don't, through development, see the possibility to get it within the 50 feet.
I think you could just touch it and still meet the requirement. And that would then, the size of this property, based on its size, you would then have the flat area of 630 right behind it. So they could walk out from their slider, I presume, or something like that, right onto a flat area.
It would require grading, and based off the site visits and we've tried to locate it within that 50 feet. And you can bring it closer, but putting it exactly within that 50 feet and 30 feet away from the well has created the restraint. And due to the trying to expedite this process, if that was possible, we would have gone that route. We've delayed, and no finger pointing or anything. The staff has been amazing and helpful. But we were hoping to have the project started about a month ago. We tried to fit it in those locations and just could not.
It has to go within the 50 feet. You can't just touch the 50 feet.
It can be 50 feet.
Within.
No, it's and sorry to interject, it is my understanding that one corner just has to touch it. And we were attempting to try to make that work.
Okay, thank you.
So this, if I understand correctly, this boils down to adverse grade, and it's the cost of creating that slope down is the determining factor here.
Not necessarily cost. In the parking area that would be required for the parents, and then the access from the parking area and the grading that would need to be.
You don't show a parking area on this drawing.
The proposed driveway, I'm sorry, sir, is labeled as
Right here.
the light stone shaded gray that is coming from Shepherd's Lane.
Yes, that's a driveway. Where's the parking apron?
Right in front of the ADU.
What's this other little green right here? Right here, Richard, this one? I think this is what he
That's
needs.
the garage, isn't it? The small green box is the garage.
Yes, sir, it is.
That's not a parking area, is it? Parking apron, is it? Is it an enclosed garage?
It's an enclosed garage.
So there is no parking apron that I can see on this drawing.
No, sir. When I said parking, I specifically, I meant garage.
So how do they turn around from here? They just back down the driveway? That's how they have to do it?
There would be some small turning area.
So there's something else going in there.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, if that's, now I understand. All right. Thank you.
I appreciate your questions. Thank you.
Any other questions, board members? Okay, presentation of testimony and evidence is now closed and summations are in order. Mr. Green, would you like to give some summation comments?
Yes, first, I would thank the board for the review of this and thank the staff for their help during this time. I think that we have demonstrated the hardships clearly, and hopefully the board will consider these hardships in granting the variance. Thank you.
Okay, the hearing and record of this case is now closed, and in accordance with the Open Meetings Act of Maryland, the board will now consider the case. Board members, who wants to go first?
I can ask a question now, can I?
No. Sorry.
That's okay. Didn't come to me just now.
Who wants to go?
I'm a little bit perplexed with it. I understand the limitations entirely. And if the property was not subdividable, I would look and say, you're up against the wall. You need to get this approved, to get this variance in order to get the property, to get the auxiliary dwelling. But I don't see it as you're up against the wall because you have the ability to subdivide the property. I mean, you have an out. Is it the perfect solution? No. But the county put in place the 50-foot rule for a reason. That's what they came up with. Can it vary? I think only in situations where there's absolutely no alternative other than to approve it within certain limitations would I support a variance. But since there is an out here, there is the ability to subdivide the property, and there is the ability to put another dwelling within the landmass itself, I have difficulty approving it, but certainly keep my mind open for other comments.
Ms. Eckert, you're next in line.
I would tend to agree with Mr. Snyder, as much as it pains me to say that, because I realize it's a more onerous process. And I do believe that you have made every attempt to place it as close as you can to the original dwelling, but there is the potential to subdivide. And no guarantees later on down the road, recognizing that it may be difficult to place an additional dwelling if the next owner would choose to subdivide. I think that you probably should be looking at subdivision.
If I can add, my position would be entirely different if you came and said, we were willing to do the subdivision route, but we can't locate a house or legitimately locate another home on the the subdivision itself. There's some limitation. At that point, you have no option. And I think that's when the variance would come into play.
Agreed.
Go ahead.
I agree. Unfortunately, I really do think you tried. But if there are other options, unfortunately, I think that you have to try every option that's available. And although it's not ideal, and if it were my elderly parents, I would want them closer to me as well. But unfortunately, the code is 50 feet. If there was a way to, especially if you can just touch it, you don't have to be within it, that would be great. But because there is another option, I feel like you have to pursue trying that as well.
Mr. Caldwell,
The,
you want a Tums first?
yeah, please. Thank you. Be a good idea. And just considering the subdivision, how would you access the subdivided portion?
A panhandle lot. Oh, yeah, he can't answer that. He testified to a panhandle lot.
So where would
The
you,
panhandle would come along.
so it'd be outside of the building restriction line?
I don't know what the code is. We can't take testimony at this point.
All right, so,
I don't know what the code is to the property line for a panhandle lot.
So we can't ask
No,
anybody, okay.
no. Testimony's closed.
And the thing is that the point I was making was, it's something that needs to be pursued, and if testimony was that it was pursued and it's not doable,
Oh, yeah.
to me, that changes the entire character of the conversation.
I agree with you there. The concern I have, if he put it where placed, given the, if we agreed to a variance, would it still be able to subdivide this lot if the driveway's got to go past the side of that house? It may not be possible.
But that's not
Right, so-
relative to the, it's
Right.
relative but not relative.
Okay, it's,
And he testified that it may make that, Mr. Snyder's question, I believe, he said, the testimony was that he thought that would be very difficult to do.
I can imagine that would be the case. I'm not convinced, though, that the placement of the property as shown in this diagram isn't optimal. I think you can achieve it. I think it just, the justifications in terms of seems to be only the adverse grade, and you said you could deal with that. I don't see any other thing that would specifically, make this any better, being 89 feet away as opposed to 50 feet away. I'm not convinced about that. I don't think you made your case of that, as far as I'm concerned, in my opinion. I think that the original approach of, as indicated by Laura Matthias, of off-conveyance would be the solution, that it should go that route. If then they find that that cannot work for whatever reason, then come back to us and ask us to review it.
Was it off conveyance that was referenced? or s-
Off-conveyance was what Laura Matthias
And
had
the words
suggested.
and the words were may.
Yes.
Wasn't can, will, should, it was may. I've listened very carefully. And that's where I'm coming from. If it's a may and then it ends up being a no, and they may be able to kind of elaborate on that quite quickly, then I would say my position would be entirely different.
I agree. I
What if-
absolutely agree.
What if we gave a conditional approval, subject to that being checked?
I'm not
Is that
comfortable
feasible?
doing that.
No.
You do what you want, right? That's what he always says.
A conditional,
You can do what you want.
conditional approval.
With a conditional,
Let me weigh in, and I don't know.
yeah, right.
I think I'm the Lone Ranger here, guys. What had to be proven here, in my opinion, and I was part of the process a couple of years ago on accessory dwellings. I was opposed to having accessory dwellings that were not attached by a livable area. But staff went forward, they made these regulations, and they said 50 feet. And I think that was in the code it was extremely intentional for it to be in the code at 50 feet. However, you're looking at proving a hardship. And the lay of this lot is 5.06 acres. It's only 212 feet wide out next to Shepherd Lane. So it's a very unique lot, an existing farmhouse that's over 100 years old probably. You have an existing pool. I tend to disagree with my colleague about it could be located within 50 feet. I think the engineer looked at the location and that's the closest he could make it. We had a case a couple of months ago where they wanted 600 feet away.
300 feet.
Yeah, way. There was nothing from the back porch of that existing dwelling to where they wanted the accessory dwelling unit. This is locating it practically as close to the existing dwelling as it can be. If a off conveyance was utilized, then the pasture use would be jeopardized because of the setbacks they would need on that particular dwelling. From the existing dwelling, of course, if it was subdivided, then there would be septic reserve, there would be another well and everything associated. So by going with the accessory dwelling, there isn't the need for another well, there isn't a need for another septic and reserve areas. But if the off-conveyance option was exercised, all those things would occur, and then the grazing of the rest of that lot would be jeopardized.
I agree with everything that you just said. And that was my original thought. That, yeah, I think that they.
We're thinking alike today?
Yes, we were thinking alike today. And that was my original thought. This is a no-brainer, but the subdivision is giving me pause. But you're saying that we could grant this and still be within the code, even though there's another potential option?
No, I'm saying that I think they demonstrated practical difficulty, and that's why we could grant the additional, the additional distance between the existing unit, the existing home and the accessory dwelling unit.
I would agree.
I don't disagree that they obviously demonstrated, and I think I've shared my thought on that, that of the difficulties in trying to accomplish this, I have no problem. But when I look at variances, the first thing I look at is, are there options? Are there alternatives? And, in this situation, there is an option. Well, at least it needs to be explored if it's an option. It very well not be an option. As I said in my responses was, my position would be entirely different if it came and said, this is not possible to put another house on here. It is ridiculously economically non-feasible, but we don't have that testimony. We don't have that information before us. And for that reason, I see this as an alternative to granting the variance on the front end.
Melvin, can I ask you a question that I was going to ask?
Yeah, you can ask me.
So-
I'm not guaranteeing an answer.
So they said it was a working farm. Does that mean that they make income off of it and they rely on that income? And that would be a hardship if that grazing area was taken away?
I don't,
It's written
No,
in
no,
here.
wait, no, no,
You
you-
can't, I
sorry.
apologize, because I didn't think of the question soon enough.
It was in that testimony
I
read.
just, as a farmer, I see it as lost ground.
Oh, lost ground, okay.
I mean, going the route of exercising the off conveyance. And the other thing, we talk about driving up cost. If it was an off conveyance, you'd have to go through, you'd have to have another plat made, you'd have to have another well, another septic, you'd have to get a perk. We're talking a process that could take several years. And I don't mean to be grave here, but this is an in-law apartment.
That's absolutely what it is, but
And what I'm saying is, my gosh, till they go through that process, maybe those in-laws will be looking for a different venue.
but what
I mean,
happens?
I'm
God, way to put it,
I'm just saying,
in
I'm
effect.
trying to be practical.
But what happens when they don't own this anymore? I mean, accessory use, I understand, but are we looking at approving in-law apartments
Well,
as
that's what I said in
accessory?
the very beginning, but
As
the code allows accessory dwellings detached. I was not in favor of that, but that's what the code is. And I think the practical difficulty here was, I think articulated rather well, to get the extension from 50 feet to 89.
Can I suggest something?
Yes, please.
Yes, sir.
This might help you. Okay, so the record's closed. Maybe a solution would be to continue the hearing to get him to do what Laura Matthias said. If that can be done by next hearing, then we can get that information, whether it was approved or denied or whatever. If that would change your outcome, then we would know that in a hearing or in a month or two.
Even if we have, whether it can be done and whether it is a hardship to do it that way. What I'm saying is we don't have any testimony related to that.
So I'm thinking, I know the record's closed, but if we continue the hearing,
Could-
we could add that later, and if that's.
Would that be
that
acceptable to you
important
to
decision.
continue the hearing next month, which would be the last?
Anything to further the chances of the approved variance, I am willing to do. I
Man,
would
I-
We're
state,
suggesting this,
yes,
strongly suggesting that you do this.
it has been explored. And I don't know what I can say, but
Well, we've got to continue that, so, you know, you'd have to have witnesses that would testify to that, so let's continue. If it's up, if it's, I don't know if you're counting votes up here, but.
I am. It's not looking
Okay,
good.
Yeah, so you do agree to continue?
Yes, sir.
this? Okay.
And I can provide further testimony. I believe that I should be able to make the August meeting,
Yeah,
but
it'll
I
be the
will,
last Tuesday of the month.
thank you.
Okay, so do I have a motion?
So move,
What?
To continue?
what you said.
Continuous,
Yeah.
okay.
Okay, to continue the case until the next, to continue the case until rescheduled.
Yeah. Yeah, let's leave it rescheduled in case there are scheduling conflicts with
Yes, sir.
you or anyone else, okay? Do I have a second to that motion?
Second, yeah.
Very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Vote on the, did you want to vote on the continuance?
Oh, do we need to vote on it? All in favor, aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no.
No.
Sorry. We need a break. Okay, we're going to call
No, you
the
don't.
BZA meeting to order, back in session. And our second case is case number 6508. So, but before we get started, just to let everyone know, the cameras will only be facing us up here at the Dios today. We'll ask anyone that's going to testify to, Mr. Esch, you can come to one of these microphones here at the table. And if you testify, make sure that you go to the microphone. And I would ask that you respect these gentlemen's wishes, and please, no photography. That's their religious belief, and I expect you to absolutely adhere to what their beliefs are, okay? Mr. Dixon, birthday boy, could you introduce the file for us, please?
All right, case 6508, an appeal of the zoning administration's notice of violation for running a commercial sawmill. The site is located at 1632 East Richardson Road, Westminster, Maryland, on Property Zone A, Agricultural District and Election District 2, by Michael Esch, Code of Public Local Laws and Ordinances, Section 158.133B1A. The site visit was tentatively scheduled for July 17, 2024 at approximately 9:15 a.m. In the file of this matter, we have the following documents. Site minutes. A July 19, 2024 letter from James and Christy Steele. We are in support of Mr. Esch case. We live within 1/2 mile of Michael's farm, and we are aware of his sawmill because of getting to know he and his family. He has no signs on his property of any kind, and in fact, he has removed the prior business's signage, and he is building a privacy fence on the road frontage. I know he sells his lumber boards primarily to the local Amish community, but restoration of their own for Amish community for restoration of their own farm buildings. We have not experienced any increase in traffic, commercial or otherwise, nor inconveniences of any kind by his presence in our neighborhood. We hope that he will be allowed to continue operating as is. There's notice of public hearing, July 1st, 2024. Hearing notice was posted by Inspector Scott Robinson on June 27th, 2024. There is a February 29th, 2024 letter from Anastasia Yemelyanova, Acting Zoning Administrator, to Mr. Michael Esch and Mrs. Naomi Esch. Formal notice of violation. And then there's an appeal of that formal notice of violation. I would ask that the file be entered into evidence.
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor of moving the file into evidence, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. We will move the file into evidence. Okay, so let me explain the procedure that we use. Mr. Esch is the applicant here today. He will have the opportunity to go ahead and make his case. Before you get started, Mr. Esch, because this is a violation, we're going to get someone from the zoning office to come forward and explain to us how we've gotten to this point. Mr. Esch then will be able to you'll be able to give your testimony. Anyone that wants to, we can ask you questions of your testimony. Anyone that wants to provide testimony either for or against your case can do so. Again, we'll have the opportunity to ask them questions, and then we'll give you the opportunity to make summation comments, and then the record will be closed, and we will go ahead and determine the outcome of the case, okay? So with that, if you plan on testifying here today, I would ask that you stand and raise your hand, and I have amended the oath or affirmation, so if you could please stand, so Mr. Esch, and anyone else that might be testifying here today.
Raise your right hand.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Very good. You can be seated. Thank you very much. Mr. Robinson. Would you like me up front? Yes, since you have, I see you have a folder there, so you absolutely come to the table. And again, I failed to say this for this case, but before you speak, please state your name, address, and occupation, and spell for the record your last name. So, Mr. Robertson.
My name's Scott Robinson. I'm the inspector for the zoning administration, and my office is Suite 111, 225 North Center Street, Robinson.
Thank you.
I received a complaint on January 12th that there was a commercial sawmill being run from the property owned by Mr. Esch at 1632 East Richardson Road. I went out to the property, no one was there, but I did see the sawmill and multiple piles of timbers. And it was a quite extensive amount, multiple areas. I did send a 10-day letter. Mr. Esch replied, and we spoke. And as we discussed the case, it went from, Mr. Esch originally said that he was basically just doing stuff for family and friends, and that was all he was doing there, and it is a portable sawmill that he was planning to eventually move around to various sites. But as we went forward over the next couple months, the sawmill was just being used on the property. I never saw it leave. And there were multiple occasions when I saw material being milled into dimensional timber, the rough cut, as you would see, used in maybe the restoration of a barn, or actually the actual original construction of a barn, with multiple size timbers, multiple size framing members, like that. And I did see a couple times trucks pulling in to get loaded, and then they took the material out. Mr. Esch has been a pleasure to work with, and he did admit to me that he did tell me that this is how I make money. So, I did recommend to Mr. Esch that you cannot do a commercial sawmill on ag zone property. The option he has is wood processing facility, which is basically firewood or mulch, is a conditional use, which Mr. Esch and I did discuss. But nothing else went forward with that. Now, Mr. Esch did tell me he did not have an LLC at that time. I do not know if Mr. Esch has gone forward with an LLC or not. I do not have that information. With that being said, we discussed, I told him that because of the time frame, I would have to issue a notice of violation, which he could appeal to the BZA. And that's pretty much a summation of the case at this moment in time. And I'm open to any questions that you may have.
Could you give us the code as far as the, where sawmills are allowed in the, you say they're not allowed in the
They are
ag?
not allowed in the ag zone. A commercial wood processing is a conditional use. Now, that's 158071.02. That's the chart. If you look at the actual definition, The commercial sawmill is a permanent operation or facility which has as its predominant purpose the sawing, splitting, shaving, chipping of timber or planing of logs or trees into rough slabs or semi-finished products. A commercial sawmill does not conduct manufacturing or refining. The operation may process timber without regard to the point of origination. So, a commercial sawmill is allowed to bring in outside timber. Now, if you go to commercial wood processing, an operation which principally processes branches, logs, by chopping, cutting, sawing, or splitting to produce firewood for sale, and which may include the accessory processing of the wood waste solely produced by the principal processing to create humus, mulch, or wood chips. So, basically, what Mr. Esch was having done, he was having timbers delivered. He had orders to produce. Now, who was buying material from him, I do not know. It may be family, it may be, but as Mr. Esch and I did discuss, he was being paid for said manufacturing of the wood products through the use of the sawmill, thus constituting the aspect of a commercial sawmill by county definition.
Okay, I've got a question. I'm assuming you were here during that time period. There was a sawmill on Maple Grove Road, up just a little bit east of Manval High School. And I cannot remember the Preston.
I think it is Preston.
Wilhelm.
I was not involved in that case.
Press Wilhelm.
Yeah, Press Wilhelm.
Okay.
Yeah, I know which facility that is.
So was that zoned ag? Did that predate the ag zoning?
I do not know about that case. I think that case happened before I started.
I mean, they were in business 30 years ago,
Yeah.
and then it became I forget it actually came before us in my tenure 2 times.
Yeah.
And that comes to mind as to, you know, how that occurred in that very rural setting, not next to a commercial or industrially zoned property. And maybe it was grandfathered in, I don't know.
Yeah, I am not sure about the case involving that facility. I do know because I have quite a few cases back in that area. That is quite a large facility now.
Yeah.
I do not know what it was like when it first started. But basically, we have this commercial sawmill design for this exact aspect and this is something the commissioners were also discussing, was the fact that they don't want that to happen in ag zoning.
Okay, now let me ask this question. Is there differentiation made with commercial sawmills relative to, or in conjunction with the type of cutting mechanism that there is? So, and what is the reason for that not being in the ag zone? Is it because of noise? Is it because, and the reason I'm asking that question is, when we did our site visit, I did not see a saw blade. I saw I saw a traditional saw blade that you can hear from miles around. I saw a bandsaw.
Mm-hmm.
And so is the noise the issue? I'm just asking.
It's basically the noise, the actual footprint of the property itself, the amount of waste that comes from said products, and the fact that there is that creek water area right on the other side of the property. So it's really a matter of noise is one aspect, waste is another aspect. You also have, what do you do with the other aspect? Are you taking the bark that is left over? Are you taking the cuts? What are you doing with that wood? Or are you just piling it somewhere? See, that's are you taking every aspect that you are cutting and are you turning it into a usable product? Or are you just piling it somewhere? Because once you start piling it, then the actual breakdown of the wood the acid that comes out of that wood, and as it breaks down, can actually, you know, and I am not a water expert, but it can affect the watershed area that is right next to the area. So that, and this is one of those things that if you have a portable sawmill, i.e. bandsaw, and you're cutting wood for yourself, there is nothing we can do about that. But if you are making money off of it, then it's considered a commercial sawmill. So, Mr. Esch and I had some very good conversations about what his different options were. And I mean, if you look at the facility, which is right down Pleasant Valley Road, Hagan and Sons, he is firewood. And he went through a couple-year process to get approved for that and spent a lot of money doing it. So I guess as the inspector, I'm driven by what the definitions are and what is the situation at each case that I have. And this one right here, it comes out to the fact that by our definition, this is a commercial sawmill. So,
Okay, now, another question, but I think that was a mulching operation down off of Dr. Stitley Road,
yes,
but that was mulch only?
that was mulch only.
Okay,
They were bringing in stumps and scab timber, throwing it into a mulcher, and just producing mulch.
and of course, we just had, Mr. Wolf within the past year or so,
Yep.
and that was the same, that was making stuff into firewood, not,
Yes, that was firewood, yes. And I don't
rough
think,
cut
I
lumber.
think he might have had a little bit of mulch situation in there, but I don't think
I think he
that
did.
was mainly residual, what was left over from the milling of said timbers.
Yep,
He was turning that into mulch just to make it as a product.
okay. Sorry to dominate here. Any other questions of Mr. Robinson's?
Yeah, if I may.
Go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Robinson.
Good morning.
What other activities were going on in that area that you saw when you made the determination it was a commercial sawmill? Were there piles of mulch? Were there piles of scrap wood?
Now Mr. Esch was actually very organized. He had, if there was a project staged over here for delivery to whoever the products were for. And any of the cut lumber, i.e. where you're taking down, where you're trimming the timber down, and you basically get a piece of rounded timber like that, he was placing that off on a separate pile, organized. And wherever that went, I don't know, he may have used that for firewood in his own house. I'm not sure, but that's something that you could ask Mr. Esch.
Okay, but, you know.
But there was no mulch, there were no mulch piles, there were no wood chip piles, nothing that would constitute production of other product other than what he was ripping with the bandsaw.
All right, I'll leave the question then for Mr. Esch.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Yep, you're welcome.
Any other questions? One quick question. What zone is our sawmills allowed in Carroll County?
They are a conditional use in conditional use in I-1, permitted use in I-2. So, that's an industrial.
So only industrial. So all the old sawmills that were out there, they were all grandfathered in.
Yes, basically. Now, we did have a case 2 or 3 years ago of a gentleman down on Bartholomew Road where he had the firewood business. And because of the amount of timbers he had there, he works for Shamrock Timber, I believe it's called. He was strictly a firewood business. And the board did approve him with a conditional use for his firewood business. But that was strictly firewood. Yeah.
Any other questions?
No.
You can go to the back of the room. You can't leave the room. You can go to the
I
back.
promise not to leave.
we might need you as a resource as we go forward in the testimony. Okay, Mr. Esch, would you go ahead and address the board and tell us about your operation? And if you have anything that you want to refute that Mr. Robinson said is absolutely okay. But if you want to go ahead and give your testimony, we're all ears here.
Well, there was quite a few that I disagreed, but I'm not sure if I can bring them all up. The first argument we have is that I don't think we have a commercial sawmill. I work all by myself. It's a family project. I don't have an LLC. I understand the definition of the local code tells me a permanent facility or operation with a greater overall footprint of 2 acres in size. I am under 2 acres, and my building that I'm underneath is considered temporary hoop building. I did not need a permit. The portable mill is on wheels. It's not permanent. Therefore, we think it's commercial sawmill and more like an agricultural operation. The timbers I cut go for agricultural purposes. It's for the local, a unique source for the local community. So that's pretty much what I got to say about it.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Ms. Ford Mount.
So the bandsaw and the tent or the building that you have there that you consider not being permanent, you feel because you move it around your property, you think it's not permanent? It's not like stationed in one spot?
It's not mortar or brick.
Okay.
It's considered temporary.
And does it ever come down, or does it stay in that
I
same?
can take it down if you want me to.
No, but does it though? Have you ever like taken it down or moved it
No,
about the property?
no.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Mr. Colwell.
I'm interested in your comment about unique source for local community. Do you sell or do you give your product to a particular part of the community, to the Amish community, for example?
I would say a majority of it goes to the Amish community,
Okay.
and that's my primary thing that I have going on.
And Mr. Robinson was mentioning the outer cuts on the wood. I noticed when we did the site survey that you've used that to make a privacy fence. It was referenced in one of the letter from a neighbor who was supporting your case. Is that what you're using that
No,
X material?
no, that was actually pine that I took off of my own property. The slab, the accessory wood and shavings all goes to use. I sell it as firewood. I use it in my own house. The shavings we can use as mulch for my wife's garden and horse barn as bedding.
So there's no waste then? You use all the materials from a tree that you...
Correct.
Okay, so there's no waste. Okay. Thank you, sir.
I don't, no,
Just a couple questions, if I may, and thanks for being here today. You said that the sawmill is used and the products that you produce are for agricultural purposes. Can you
Yes.
expand on that?
Yes, it's used a lot for the last couple months. I've been cutting a lot for the local farmers for their tobacco reels and barn joists or siding. It's been used for multiple agricultural purposes.
Oh, and for building purposes?
Yes,
Again, I didn't know if you were just doing fences or you're doing something like that, or if you were actually using your product to
that
basically
too,
do
that
this.
too.
I would assume.
No.
How long have you been doing this?
We moved in December.
December. Okay. Boy, someone they weren't delayed in making a complaint, were they? Because I think you said, I think we had testimony that January is when they responded to a complaint.
Yes.
So I'm trying to understand your customer base. Generally speaking, you said it's a community.
Yes.
I come to you, I'm from Westminster, and I say I have a bunch of trees I need to have milled into fence boards
Yes.
arbitrarily. Would you do the job?
I would do that, yes.
So as far as a portion of your work life, how much time are you at the mill? I mean, is it active 5 days a week, or is it active?
No, about 3 or 4 days a week.
I understand. Okay. Have you given thought for applying for a variance to allow for a sawmill?
We have spoken about it, but I don't know all the code about which route we should have taken.
I understand. Thank you, and I appreciate your
Yep.
testimony. Go ahead.
Any other questions? I might have questions later on for you, Mr. Esch.
Okay.
But at this point, no. And it might depend on what the testimony is from this point forward.
I do have a quick question.
Oh, go ahead, Ms. Ford
I
now.
apologize. I think it was stated, but is this your main source of income? This is how you earn a living?
Yes. Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, thank you, Mr. Esch. And you can stay there, and anyone that has any testimony from this point forward, you will have the opportunity to ask questions of their testimony before the board asks questions of their testimony, just like we did with you right now.
Okay.
So you can just stay there if you feel comfortable there, and we will go ahead and anyone that wants to make comment about this case, you can go and give your own testimony. So go to the microphone and remember to state your name, address, occupation, and spell for the record your last name. So go ahead.
Yeah, I'm Ed Cooney, C-O-O-N-E-Y, 2000 Richardson Road. I'm just down the road from Michael's place. He's low impact. We rarely see trucks on the road, and he's been a good neighbor. I buy fence boards from him for my farm. Makes good product. He's done a lot of work down there, putting up the fence, shielding it from view. So I have to say off the top of my head that he's a good neighbor, low impact in the neighborhood, no additional cars running up and down the road, just the buggy occasionally. And I'd like to see him continue in operation. He's a credit to the community.
Wait a minute, stay there, stay at the microphone. You don't have any questions, Mr. Esch, of him?
No, but I did want to mention if the small sawmill operations will not be allowed on Ag Zone, we will end up having very little or no sawmills in Carroll County in the future.
Any questions of Mr. Cooney's testimony? Thank you, Mr. Cooney. Okay, anyone else? Good morning.
I'm Craig Owings, 2185 Richardson Road.
Did we see you 2 months ago?
You did,
Okay.
maybe 4 months ago. Yes, so I live across the street from Mr. Esch, and he's a good neighbor. I've known him since the day he moved in. As far as noise goes, even when I park my trucks across the street from where his property is, I hear nothing at my house, even when I go down to my trucks. There's little to no noise. So what he's doing, I would like to see him to continue that as well. I have no problems with anything that he's doing. So
Any questions of Mr. Owings? Very good. Thank you.
thank you.
Frank Elgersma, 2643 Robert Arthur Road, Westminster, Maryland. Last name Elgersma. As far as the concerns about the building and the sawmill in it, that building, like he said, was temporary. and yet he can pull that sawmill out anytime. That building is a multi-use building, could be done anything with, so it's no big deal. But if I had a bunch of trees, I sure would like to have him come over to the property with the sawmill and mill it right at my own place. But it's nice that he has a good facility and can do it there in a timely fashion. So I'm thankful that he's there.
Wait a minute, Frank. Any questions of Mr. Elgersma's testimony?
So he can bring the sawmill to other people's property?
It's on wheels. He can put it behind a truck and bring it to my property.
Has he actually done that, or you're saying he can do it?
He can do that.
Any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Elgersma. Anyone else? Yeah.
Bill Miles, P.O. Box 251, Huntingtown, Maryland, down in Culvert County, MILES. I represent Maryland's forest products industry, and I have for 28 years now. And I was brought into this through some of our members stating that Michael Esch was having an issue down there, and could I look into it? There's no compensation here, just trying to do what's right for Mr. Esch and his operation and this family operation. Having represented the forest products industry in the halls of Annapolis, I can tell you, it's an urban mindset down there. They don't want to see a bird shot, a fish caught, or a tree cut. And yet we have been able to prevail on very, very many good policy fronts in Annapolis, emanating in 2009 with the historic enactment of Maryland's nationally acclaimed Sustainable Forestry Act. And what that act did was declare the statutory nexus between a clean Chesapeake Bay watershed and a healthy managed forest system. What Mr. Esch is doing, independent of what you're probably hearing, is helping manage the forest so it remains healthy. It's like trees and farms and forests. I have a tree farm down in Calvert County. I'm required to go down and girdle trees, make owl boxes, wood duck boxes, all kinds of good things. The importance about managing the forest is, it's like a garden. If you don't manage that forest, like a garden, the weeds take over, all your vegetables become just junk. The forest system has to be managed. And along those lines, Mr. Chairman, if I may, there's a section of law when I was trying to help Mr. Esch, and I'm really reluctant to come here because I'm Calvert County, okay? I'm not Carroll County. So from your all standpoint, you'll probably view me as an outsider, but please, I've spent almost 30 years representing the forest industry. And there is a very poignant section that I hope you all do not misconstrue when I read this to you. This is section 5-102 of the Natural Resources article. Since it is in the state and public interest to preserve the forest land base and other natural resources, a local government with planning and zoning powers shall support forestry by a reasonable exercise of these powers, including the consideration, development, interpretation of planning and zoning requirements that beneficially impact the efficient and economic practice of forestry in a manner consistent with the local government's implementation of its basic forest land use master plan. So, in the final analysis, Mr. Esch does not operate a commercial sawmill. I know what commercial sawmills look like. And I could take you to any one of them in the state of Maryland, because there's not many, they're all declining. But Mr. Esch does not have a commercial sawmill under your existing definition, unless you wanted to change it. It's not permanent, it's not 2 acres. And from a statewide perspective, what they're doing is it's admirable. And I'm hoping this board will allow this guy and his family to continue to operate.
Any questions of Mr. Miles' testimony? Thank you very much, Mr. Miles, and we don't hold it against you. You're from Calvert County.
I appreciate that.
Well, you don't.
Anyone else? State your name, address, occupation, and spell for the record your last name.
All right, Matt McCann, last name's McCann, Ahan. I live at 2164 Richardson Road, and I'm a contractor. Michael's my neighbor. I've never heard the sawmill running. You know, he keeps, you know, it's neat down there. They're putting a fence up. You know, they're nice as can be, wonderful neighbors, and you know, he's a hard-working guy, and we enjoy having him beside us. So hopefully he continues his little operation.
Wait a minute, stay at the microphone. Any questions of Mr. McMahon's testimony? Very good, thank you. Anyone else?
You spelled your name M-C-C-A-H-A-N?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's not what you said. You didn't say that.
That's how I've spelled it.
Okay.
MCC, yeah, I got that.
Okay.
M-C-C-A-H-A-N.
Okay, please come to the microphone and state your name, address, and occupation.
My name is Donna Salisbury. I'm a tax accountant. I live at 2170 Richardson Road. That's directly beside Mr. Esch's farm. Couldn't have a better neighbor. Nicest people. I currently am home a lot. This is not my busy season. I haven't heard the sawmill, not one time. Now, I did see a pickup truck leave there with a few boards on the back, one time. I don't drive up and down the road. I don't spend my whole life trying to watch Mr. Esch's farm, but there just is there is no impact at all, as far as I'm concerned, with what he's doing. And I think it would be really, really, really seriously irresponsible if we would take away the man's right to earn a living. So,
How do you spell your last name?
Salisbury, S-A-L-I-S-B-U-R-Y.
Any questions of Mrs. Salisbury? Thank you very much, Ms. Salisbury. Anyone else want to testify?
Yes, my name's John Meyer. It's spelled M-E-I-E-R. I live at 4027 North Stone Road, Tawnytown, Maryland. I've known Michael and his family now since they moved here. I bus Michael around, his family, help them when they need to get places where they require a driver. And I've been on his property many, many times. It's very well kept. I see no issues there of waste that wouldn't be there. But he keeps it clean, keeps it neat. He takes care of everything around there. And he's a good man. It's a good family. And for him to lose what he's doing is very sad if it would come to that. Because I believe what he's doing is good for everybody. And I hope he gets the chance to continue with y'all's help. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of Mr. Meyer's testimony, board?
No.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? We've just about exhausted everybody in the audience. Mr. Esch, do you have any comments in regard to what anybody has testified to?
Not that I can think of right now, no.
Okay, very good. So presentation of testimony and evidence is now closed. So Mr. Esch, now is the opportunity for you to make your summation comments.
What's a summation comment?
To wrap things up. Go ahead and wrap everything up.
Okay. Well, like I said before, I think if small operations won't be allowed on Ag Zone, I don't think there will be any sawmills left over in the near future. There might be a few, but that's where they all start off. They won't start off on residential homes. So, and no one's gonna buy an industrial zoning property just to start off his small sawmill. I think there should be a classification between a commercial sawmill and agricultural operation, which I think the local code kind of tells us which is which, because it's telling us over 2 acres is a commercial sawmill and a permanent facility. There's multiple things we could talk about, but it's not all on paper in front of me, so I guess I'll leave it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Esch. The hearing and record of this case is now closed, and in accordance with the Open Meetings Act of Maryland, the board will now consider the case. Who wants to go first?
I'll go first.
Okay, Mr. Caldwell.
Okay, if there's anybody else wants to go first?
No, you jumped.
I jumped, okay, fine. Looking at this operation, having done a site visit, it's a portable bandsaw. It's a well-capped facility. I noticed that the buildings are really well-capped and the grounds are clean and tidy. You don't have any waste there whatsoever. You're willing to take the saw to other locations to do the work because it is a portable device. It's a portable building. I don't think it fits under the definition of a commercial sawmill. Under the code I think was designed for very large operations dealing with very large saws and the production of finished lumber, and that's not what we've got here. This is what I would consider more of a cottage industry than anything else. So I think the gentleman from Calvert County, willing to come all this way up here to talk in his behalf, actually made a very good point that we should encourage this kind of activity to maintain the forest. Otherwise, it's going to disappear, and we will have large-scale damage. And we're going to, wake up 50 years from now, our children are going to say this is going to cost us a fortune to try and restore. So I applaud his efforts. I think this is a case where the zoning rules are not well defined. I think Mr. Esch has made his case that he should be allowed to continue the operation. There's a large number of people here in support of his operation. I believe it should continue. I'm in favor of him allowing this to go forward. Also, I'd like to add a comment here that any fines levied against Mr. Esch should be removed or discontinued, whatever the case, not levied, threatened fines. I'm done.
Okay, who wants to go next? Ms. Fordmount?
I think that Mr. Esch is obviously an asset to the community. Everyone came out in his support. It is not a large-scale operation. It could not have been cleaner for what you do there. To me, it's not commercial. It seems like an agricultural operation, and I'm in favor of allowing you to keep that.
Ms. Eckert?
I would agree with what's been said so far. But my concern is that we have the zoning inspector that has classified this as a commercial sawmill. I don't necessarily know that I agree with that classification because it is portable, even though it's not being moved from the site. It's on less than 2 acres. I guess my question is, are we just suggesting that there is no violation here? And can we even continue to allow a sawmill use on this property? I mean, we can't, a conditional use has not been asked for, and it's not permitted in the ag zone for a sawmill. Is it possible that this is an accessory use to the ag operation?
An accessory use of the ag operation, though, would typically mean that the products that's being produced come from that property, I would think. Otherwise, you do transition into a commercial business. Would you not agree with that, Mr. Chairman?
May I see the
I agree with both of you. And it would depend on the circumstances. So,
I mean, we have a violation cited.
We're
And-
here for notice of violation, so we gotta deal with that.
Yep.
Everything outside of that, that's not what we're here for.
But that's based on a definition of a commercial sawmill. I don't think it fits that definition. As I mentioned, said it more like a cottage industry.
That's an interesting thought. I start by saying no one wants this to continue and be a benefit to the community more than me. Make no bones about it. I think it's great.
I
There's a
agree
flip
with that.
side of the equation.
Yeah.
And that is, there's a means to get there. You can ask for a conditional use, but.
I don't think so
Can
on
you
the
not? Is
ag,
it-
right?
it's not
You
nag.
can't. It's
Oh,
not-
nag, you're right.
In ag, you
Yeah.
cannot.
So my point is, my viewpoint on commercial, we can play semantics with a portable saw that can sit there for 30 years and operate or can be moved tomorrow. I think that's semantical. The thing is, there's nothing that precludes that saw from saying they're permanently being used. So again, I'm not gonna play the edges with the semantical aspects of the conversation. But commercial, to me, means you basically produce a product, not unique to a specific group of people or family or whatever the case may be, or even for self-use. But you actually you entertain taking customers who would call you up and say, I'm gonna bring you 30 trees over, can you rip them down and I pay you for them? That is a commercial use. Notwithstanding 2 acres, 1 acre, pourable saw, or whatever the case may be. So I think the violation technically is absolutely correct. I think it is a commercial use. I think it's unfortunate that we find ourselves in a situation where you basically have a very positive thing going on that now is a violation because someone calls the county and complains. But as far as looking at the violation per se, I see it as a violation. I can't get around the violation, if that's what we're here to talk about. It meets the criteria.
I don't think so. I disagree with that.
I appreciate that.
This, commercial sawmill, the language to me means heavy-duty equipment, permanent facility.
Where's the line? Is it $50,000 of the business, $500,000 of business, $5 million? I mean, my point is, it's either you're producing the product and selling it, or you're not. In my viewpoint, I respect it.
Yeah, I respect that viewpoint.
And let me interject here. When we were up, and I said this based on the case that we had many years ago down at Taylorsville. We turned that young man, he was a beef cattle farmer from Baltimore County, I don't remember his name. And we turned him down because he needed variances, according to the code at the time, of 600 feet, and he was well within that. I said at the time, and I encouraged the commissioners in an email, that there should be a distinction made between what I call a commercial sawmill that has the round blade that can be, those blades sing for miles. I was around them as a kid over at Mr. Arthur Duvall's place off of 407. So I know exactly what they sound like, and they are noisy. And he had that one located in the woods. It was not covered, but you could still hear it from quite a distance away. Mr. Esch here has, and I think part of the problem is the zoning code hasn't kept up with the technology. And Mr. Esch does not have a typical saw blade. He has a bandsaw, which the neighbors all testified they don't even know when he's cutting any lumber. And I think that's one of the problems with the zoning code, that it doesn't distinguish for a zoning inspector like Mr. Robinson. When he goes out there, he's tasked with what the code is.
Possibly
That's
happen,
why
and I
we're
feel
here.
like that's our job to do that.
Well, wait a minute, Ms. Hackert has, but
Well, here's a question. You said that this could serve as a basis. We are not intended to be a precedent-setting board,
No,
correct?
no,
So-
it's not precedent setting. But what I'm saying is, we could make a determination that this is not a commercial sawmill. And we could then use this case to
Says,
request that the code be updated to accurately reflect the differences in technology of sawmills from 30 years ago to present day.
Well, no, then we
legislate from
would-
the bench.
So then.
Well, that,
Right, then I would ask or inquire as if we're going to do that. Then we're establishing what we perceive as the criteria for this not being a commercial sawmill.
Right, the language would have to be.
The language, I feel like we need some guidance from zoning.
Can I?
we've already closed the record.
Can I offer some additional points? One point made by the inspector, Mr. Robinson, was that waste was a factor for determining an industrial commercial sawmill. And noise. Neither of those apply. Neither of them apply. So I don't think the commercial sawmill definition applies to this particular operation, based on those two criteria that he mentioned were critical for a commercial sawmill designation.
Well, the other thing he said was piling of things could affect the creek. So we could always say that you can't pile things. I mean, your waste has to be
Yes.
used or,
He has no waste, he uses it all.
right, but he had just mentioned,
No stockpiling.
no
stockpiling.
stockpiling, and that could be a contingency that,
Condition.
yeah, a condition, excuse me, that you can't stockpile. Things have to move in and move out.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think overall, we're kind of saddled with a code that is not
Up to date.
It's not up to date, certainly doesn't take, and they get, no, we deal with this all the time. They never saw this coming.
Yeah.
And then when you get it, ultimately it evolves and it ultimately gets addressed. But in the interim, we have to try to add prudence to the equation. I think that's why we're here. As far as the way, looking at where I believe there is a void here between, private and commercial. Base word of commercial is commerce. and
Money.
This is the gentleman's living.
Mhm.
So notwithstanding that situation though, does this meet the standard of having that we can, which way we're gonna flow? We're looking at the violation. Is it a violation? Isn't a violation? I think if you look at it in the hard way relative to the code, it is a violation. I think it's hard to argue that. I think the flip side is it really? And I say really meaning the 2 acre thing, the portable versus, which I think is semantical, but notwithstanding. There's just not a lot of wiggle room in this. I think we can vote accordingly and let the chips fall where they may, and I think the code ultimately will update. That's kind of the best we can do.
And the things that were laid out, the noise, the waste, the piling, none of them are met. But I do agree that he is making money off of that, and it is his livelihood. So, again, the hardship there is waiting for the code to catch up. What does he do in the meantime?
But is that our issue?
Wait a minute, they,
Should be, we should take it into consideration as a hardship, I would think.
Can we?
can I add another point?
We can do whatever we want.
I know, but that's,
So Mr. Snyder's
appeal?
comment about making money from this, a person who sells firewood makes money from their operation. So why would you single his operation out compared to a firewood
I'm
operation?
not singling anybody's
No,
operation out.
No, Mark,
it's
I mean,
allowed.
it's a valid point, yeah, it's a valid point, but I do agree that the commercial, that was stated, because it was a violation, because they said it was commercial, isn't really completely met to even warrant the violation.
Right. I agree with that.
Well, it's not 2 acres. It's not, how do I want to say this? It's commercial, But the distinction, as Mr. Snyder said, where do you draw that line? Commercial to me is Wilhelm's.
And is that, are we?
And I mean, they're no longer in operation.
Right, right.
So that's what I view as commercial. This bad boy's on wheels. It can be towed around. Mr. Esch could take it to wherever he could have the logs delivered to wherever the lumber is and
I'm not
and do
arguing that.
Out of convenience, this is better for him. He has limitations on how far he can travel. So, absolutely. There was no neighborhood opposition, not anyone.
Whoever complained didn't come here.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And the zoning code, it just hasn't kept up with the technology. And there is no stockpiling of materials on site. So when you look at the operation, it may be commercial, but it may meet the definition of commercial, but it doesn't have the appearance of commercial.
What you're alluding to is you believe that when the code was written, the large sawmills is what was perceived, nothing like this whatsoever.
Absolutely.
And I don't disagree with that.
And this technology's only maybe 25 years old. I mean, I've seen them at different trade shows, but they've become available, and the technology, I don't want to say it, they're more reliable than the first units that were first sold.
Sure.
And what better place to to do that than on agricultural land?
Oh, I don't disagree with that.
Yeah.
Industrial, commercial sawmill, it's not, it's,
Yeah, and Mr. Caldwell just pointed out that a commercial sawmill is only allowed in the industrial zone, and that's
Which is
not,
goofy.
which is
Yeah, that makes
based
no
on,
sense.
Makes
it's
no
based
sense.
on old technology. What Mr. Esch has is newer technology and does not have the impact on the community that a 6-foot saw blade
I
does.
don't know one sawmill in an IR zone, but let that be.
No,
said.
that's-
I know, everyone, and as a matter of fact, our next case that we're gonna have, in the woods adjacent to the property was a sawmill many years ago, there along 140. And there was also a sawmill, well, where the sheet store sits today, there on 140. And I'll guarantee you that wasn't zoned IR. So any place that had a sawmill on it was grandfathered into zoning. And again, I don't think the zoning code has kept up with the technology.
Let's move on.
Okay,
So the motion would be either to affirm the zoning inspector's violation, or to negate it. I don't know what word to use.
Or
Negate it?
Or is there something in between that?
not uphold it, you know.
no, you either have to uphold it or
Disagree with.
Okay, uphold or what's the alternative word?
Not uphold. That's what it says here in the legal issues.
Is it?
Yeah, the board must
Okay.
determine whether or not to uphold the zoning administrator's notice of
do that
violation.
through any part of the definition of commercial sawmill that you don't see?
Right.
Okay, well, you don't uphold it because you don't feel that this part of the definition applied in the case.
And it could just be one
It could be
part.
one thing. It doesn't have to be everything, it could be one.
Okay.
and I think,
Say, this is the reason we're not upholding it.
and we've talked it to death, and Mr. Dixon will do a great job in his opinion that, his findings that he'll write up. But we've talked this to death about the distinction of this being a bandsaw as opposed to a typical sawmill, commercial sawmill.
Well, and it doesn't uphold 4 of the criteria that were mentioned.
Yeah.
It isn't noisy, he doesn't pile things, there is no waste. And the creek, if there's nothing piled, is not in violation of the operation.
Okay. Motion, guys. We're running out of time.
Okay,
Daylights are burning.
let's try, I'll offer this if I may.
Okay?
In case number 6508, that the board not uphold the notice of violation, that the definition of the commercial sawmill does not apply.
I'll second it.
Okay, any discussion? We have the motion and we have a second. Any discussion?
I think in that motion, it should enumerate the reasons why, or what we're,
Oh, yeah, you probably should, yeah.
In regards to,
It's not 2 acres.
Waste.
It's a bandsaw, not a circular saw.
well, the newest technology is a bandsaw. Have you seen it? I've been watching videos all, but it's okay. Oh, yeah, they're massive.
oh,
Yeah,
Yeah.
that is.
how about portable instead of the
Yeah,
specification for the
portable.
saw type?
Well, portable saw, Mr. Caldwell.
Right.
No waste.
I've got no waste, not 2 acres, portable saw. What else?
Portable building
No noise.
and no noise issues with
Community.
very close neighbors.
Right. No noise. Issues. With close neighbors, okay.
Okay, so you want to go ahead and restate your motion?
All right, here we go. In case number 6508, that the board not uphold the notice of violation, that the definition of commercial sawmill does not apply for the following reasons. 1, no waste. 2, is not a 2-acre property. 3, it's a portable saw. 4, it is a portable building, it's not enclosing it. And 5, there's no noise issues with close neighbors.
I second that.
Okay, any further discussion? Anything that needs to be added? Do
It's
we?
been talked to death.
Okay. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor, aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Motion carries. Our oral decision will become final upon a written decision which will be issued within 30 days unless otherwise extended by the board. The board's decision may be appealed by filing a petition for judicial review with the clerk of the circuit court for Carroll County in accordance with the provisions of Chapter 200, Title 7 of the Maryland Rules of Procedure. The appeal must be filed within 30 days of the date of the board's written decision. Thank you very much, and this hearing is adjourned. We're going to call the BZA back to order, and before us, we have case number 6515. And before Mr. Dixon introduces the file, there's a clipboard on the side. If you haven't signed in before you leave here today, make sure you sign the clipboard on the side so you can get future correspondence about this case. Make sure that you leave by the same door that you came in. So at the end of the day, we don't have security checking the broom closets for people that didn't go out the proper door, okay? With that, Mr. Dixon, would you go ahead and introduce the file for us, please?
All right, case 6515, an application for a conditional use for a religious establishment. The site is located on Bethel Road, Finksburg, Maryland, on property zone A, Agricultural District and Election District 4 by Christian Missionary Fellowship International, Inc., Code of Public Local Laws and Ordinances, Section 158.002, 158.071.01. A site visit was tentatively scheduled for July 17, 2024 at approximately 10:45 a.m. In the file of this matter, we have the following documents. There's an email from a Susan McFadden, to whom it may concern. She's a resident off of Bethel Road. Lived in the neighborhood for over 50 years. She's a fan of progress, but not in an area that is primarily residential. Approving the application would be detrimental to the community and the residents living in these neighborhoods. There's a July 21st, 2021 letter from Dan and Linda Schalken. They don't have a concern about bringing another religious organization into the neighborhood. However, they're in opposition to the application. Our opposition is principally based upon our concerns for what we anticipate is monumental traffic congestion and gridlock that may occur once the number of vehicles exceed the maximum capacity of Bethel Road's infrastructure, which will lead to queues, delay, decrease in safety levels, and pollution by increasing fuel consumption. Our secondary concern is that it is a global international missionary organization whose goal is to evangelize the non-Christian people of the world to achieve global evangelism. A most worthy cause. However, we believe that the 25-plus acre tract of land will yield never-ending expansions and multiple-phase building construction that will not only provide for a house of worship, but also a transitional training center for international missionaries and house residential centers for widows, orphans, and underprivileged. Okay. There's another letter similar to the last letter, signed by Jack Edward, July 21st, 2024. There's another letter similar, July 21st, 2024, by Larry Shotchuk. Another letter, July 21st, 2024, similar to the other three letters, signed by Danielle Browning. There's another letter similar to the other four, July 21st, 2024, signed by Kate Hood. There's another letter, same as the other five, July 21st, 2024, signed by Beverly Van Drera. There are site minutes for the case. There's a July 15th, 2024 letter from Daphne Daly, Secretary to the Planning Commission. After having reviewed the information contained in the attached analysis, the facts as presented in the application, the relevant portions of the applicable comprehensive plan, and in accordance with the land use article, this conditional use request, if granted, is consistent with the policies, timing of the implementation of the plan, timing of development, timing of rezoning, development patterns, land uses, and densities or intensities. There's a July 15, 2024 memo from Randolph Mitchell, planning technician. The above referenced BZA case has been reviewed for consistency with the policies and recommendations contained in the 2014 Carroll County Master Plan as amended in 2019, the Carroll County Water and Sewer Master Plan, and other functional plans. Planning staff finds this request for conditional use is consistent with the 2014 Carroll County Master Plan as amended in 2019 and will not have an adverse effect on the current use of the property. There is a email, July 15, 2024, from a Karen Satchel. She formally objects to the proposed county build project. Her concerns are environmental impact, traffic and infrastructure, community character, and quality of life. There is a response to Joe Vance's request to various state and local agencies from Thomas Harris, permits and inspections. All comments from a permits and inspection standpoint will be addressed during the site plan and permits process. There is a response to Joe Vance's request to various state and local agencies from Laura Mateus, Bureau Chief Development Review. In accordance with Chapter 155, a site development plan will need to be processed. There is a response to Joe Vance's request from Andrea Hanley, Carroll County Environmental Health Department. Proposed use may not be acceptable unless it is demonstrated that there is an adequate water supply and adequate area for the installation of an initial and 2 replacement septic systems for the proposed use and any existing uses of this property. Hearing notice was posted July 1st, 2024. There is a response to Joe Vance's request to various state and local agencies from J.P. Smith Jr., Program Manager, Ag Land Preservation Program. This property is not in ag preservation. I have no comments at this time. Hearing notice was posted by Inspector Scott Robinson on June 27th, 2024. There is a response to Joe Vance's request from Anastasia Yemelyanova, Zoning Administrator. No comments. Attached is for information only. Then there's the application for conditional use for a religious establishment. There is a June 13, 2024 letter from Matthew G. Luzuriaga to Joe Vance with the application. There is a plan here from CLSI. I would ask that the file be entered into evidence.
Do I have a motion to enter the file into evidence?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor, aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. We will enter the file into evidence. So there's a lot of new faces, almost all new faces, in the audience. So let me try to explain what our procedure will be here today. The applicant is represented by legal counsel, and legal counsel will give opening comments, and then he will call witnesses. After each witness, you will have the opportunity to ask questions of that testimony that they just gave, and only that testimony. Then the board will have the opportunity to do the same thing. I'm assuming that Mr. Luzuriaga will at that point call other witnesses, and the process will go until he no longer has any witnesses. At that point in time, then you in the audience can give your testimony. But up until that point, it's only asking questions of the person that previously testified. So it has to be in the form of a question, and I'll cut you off at the knees because it looks like there's a lot of you out there. We need to adhere to that. After everyone's made their comments, then Mr. Luzuriaga will have the opportunity to make his summation comments, and then the board will deliberate the case. So if you plan on testifying or asking questions of someone that's testifying, could I ask you to stand and raise your right hand and take the oath? Everybody should just stand, I'm just saying. Okay, there, we're good. We're good. Okay, do you swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes. Very good. You can be seated. But another thing, when you go to the microphone to ask a question or eventually give your testimony, please state your name, address, and occupation, and spell for the record your last name. Mr. Luzuriaga.
Good morning, members of the board. I guess I should have checked with Ms. Vance yesterday, but I was in court because the only letter in opposition last week was the one that we got to, and the others have arrived yesterday. So I'm not surprised by the number of people in the audience that the file has changed since I last looked. I want to keep my presentation as brief as possible because I know the board has at least one other case today, and somehow, just through the luck of the draw, whenever I'm in front of you, we seem to be here as long as possible. So I will try and avoid that to the best that I can. So my opening statement would basically be, and I know this will probably come as a shock to a number of the people in the audience and nobody on the board, this case is a strict conditional use analysis. We are not asking for a variance of any requirement of any kind. This board's task is to determine at the close of the evidence and testimony whether or not this use at this exact location will cause detrimental effects above and beyond those associated with the church anywhere else in the agricultural zone in the county. Anywhere else. I know I heard some surprised statements from the audience when Mr. Dixon was reading the file that this has already been considered as far as for consistency with the master plan, that it doesn't affect agricultural preservation at this time. I heard somebody say, well, it backs right up to agricultural preservation. The point for me framing this is to relay to the board and perhaps the audience, although they don't have to take my word for it, especially since I didn't stand up and take the oath. The only analysis before the board today is Schultz versus Pritz. You will see at the conclusion of it, I believe, evidence provided by my client, our engineer, and our traffic engineer that we meet or exceed all conditions and pass Schultz versus Pritz. And we're going to ask for the approval of the use at the conclusion of our presentation. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Luzuriaga. You want to call your first witness?
Yes, my first witness is sitting right next to me. This is Pastor Fondong. He will be our first witness.
Okay.
Can you state your full first name, or excuse me, your full name?
Robinson A. Fondong.
And what's your business address?
40 South Church Street, Westminster, Maryland, 21157.
And are you the pastor of CMFI?
Wait a minute. Spell for the record your last name.
Robinson is the first name, just like that. And the second name is, the last name is Fondong, Fondong, Fondong.
Okay, very good. Did you get that, Mr. Dixon? Okay, very good. Just want to make sure.
For purposes of the board, I'm going to refer to Christian Missionary Fellowship International, Inc. as CMFI. So if I say CMFI to any of the witnesses, that's what I'm referencing. So Pastor Fondong, are you the pastor of CMFI?
Yes, I am the pastor.
When was it, as an organization, first formed?
It was started in 2003, the Rescue Mission.
All right, and I'm going to mark what I'm showing you as Exhibit 1, unless, Mr. Dixon, do you need me to use stickers, or can I just write on them?
You can write.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 1. Is this a copy of the CMFI Articles of Organization that were filed with the state of Maryland in 2003?
Yes.
And is this a true and accurate copy of the entire document?
Yes.
And I'm going to show you what I have marked as Exhibit 2. Do you recognize this as a printout from the SDAT website indicating that CMFI is an incorporated business in good standing as of today's date?
Yes, please.
With the board's permission, I move for admission of Exhibits 1 and 2. May I approach?
Yes. And we will accept those into evidence.
So, Pastor Fondong, can you please tell the board when your church started, what did it look like? What was its mission?
Well, it all started in 2003. I was invited to minister at the Rescue Mission, and as I began to minister to the drug addicts, I discovered that We had a problem in Carroll County, and I felt a burden in my heart to meet that need. And I felt that we can minister to many of our young people who were dying. I had cases of neighbors who died of overdose, and I felt that there is a Christian way to get out of it. So we launched the church, and our vision was simply to bring people from the street and to lead them to the Lord and to get them to begin to become responsible people. So my wife and I, my beautiful wife is sitting right there, my wife and I decided to begin to invite the people to our home, and we somehow brought sometimes there'll be 15, 20 homeless people at our home. And we discovered that this could not, after we started having children, I said, this will not work. So we felt the need to start a local assembly to minister to the community. And so we started it at a rescue mission where most of the people who were struggling with addictions were using their place on Sunday. And the church grew, so we bought a place at 40 South Church Street, the old Social Security building. We bought it, and now we have outgrown the place. Our goal is to minister to the community, to provide hope to the hopeless, to minister to the homeless, to bring the gospel of the Lord Jesus Christ as an answer to the drug problem, to the problem in our society, and it has been very successful. One of the members of our leadership today, who is one of our pastors, is a former drug addict. He has been clean for about 15 years. So, and we have a lot of people, members of our church, from the community who got saved during our ministry. And today, many of them were jobless. Today, they have jobs, they have homes, and they are working in the society. So the vision of our ministry is simply to carry the gospel to this community. It's a Carroll County community, and we are known. We came out in the Carroll County Times and as Carroll County they call it most multicultural church. And we were there about 3 times, and they mentioned the fact that various lives have been transformed, people from all over the community. So our goal is just an impact ministry, transformational, changing the course of history for the young people who are dying of drugs and alcohol, many of them abandoned. And we felt that Jesus loves them and we'll go after them. And so our church started growing from there. And presently, the present location is small for us.
So presently, you're still at 40 North Church Street, is that correct?
40 South Church.
Excuse me, South Church Street. Do you and your wife live in Carroll County?
Yes, please. We live in Carroll County.
And you have how many children?
We have 4.
Are they in school here in the county?
They're all in school in the county.
And has has CMFI been located in Carroll County since its inception in 2003?
Yes.
Now, how big is your current congregation?
Well, the normal attendance on Sundays is between 150 to 200, but the what you call the number of the members between 250 to 300, but the attendance every Sunday, because we meet just twice, on Sunday morning at 10 and then also on Friday at 7 p.m. We have just 2 services.
Okay. I may have missed you saying it. So your testimony was attendance on Sunday is between 150 and 200 people, is that correct?
Yes, yes.
What time is your service on Sunday?
10 a.m.
And how long does it go?
At 10 a.m. to 12:30, 1, depending on.
And your service on Friday, how many people attend that?
Friday is just about 20%. I wish everybody could come, but just about 20% attends the prayer meeting. About, let's say, between 25 to 50, depending on the day.
Okay. And what time is your Friday service?
The Friday service is at 7 p.m.
Okay, and how late does it go?
Between 9:30 10.
Okay. So what's your vision for your congregation at the proposed location in this case, the new location?
Our vision is to continue to provide a transformational ministry and to get the people who are in the street, to get them to become full workers by giving them a hope through the gospel of the Lord Jesus Christ. Our passion is simply ministering to the community and to provide the gospel to those who many people ignore and despise. And one of our great vision is that we feed people, especially on Sundays. Some people come to our church. Maybe they come for the message, but the food is good, so it's all well. And so we provide food on Sunday morning also for our people, and it has been our tradition to minister to people that way. But the other thing I would say is that moving to this location, our church has a vision to reach the world, as somebody mentioned, they surely got it from our website. We have a vision to reach the world with the gospel. And since we cannot be there, we believe a lot on mission work. And what we do is that we visit communities in Africa, many places, feed the poor, take care of the orphans. We minister all over the world. We travel a lot. And one of the big vision of our church is also reaching the American community. So our online audience is where the members of our church is greatest. We have about 84,000 people online who follow us online. And but the local church itself is a small local church, but we have a very big online audience of about 84 just in YouTube. We have a TV channel and many of our TV people do not come to church. I mean, they don't work in church, they work from their homes. And the TV channel, the goal is to reach 90 nations. So we are very mission-oriented, reaching people with the gospel. So that's the core of our church.
So inside the physical building, if you get the approval for the proposed use here, you've basically maxed it out. You want it to be as big as possible, is that correct?
Yes, yes.
Do you have any expectation that if you're granted this use and you complete your construction, get through the site plan, that at your first service, there's going to be 1,000 people in attendance?
No, I wish.
Okay. So do you have any hard or specific figures that you could testify to that you're aware the growth of your local church will be, or do we really not know?
We don't know. We expect growth. We are praying for growth, but we have been on for 21 years. But our growth has not been as fast as, maybe because of the people we are ministering to. It has not been as fast as we expected, because for 21 years, we are just between 250, 300 members. So but we are believing God that God will help us with more growth. But the present place is small for us. There's no parking. It's getting really difficult. So that's why we felt that it was time to move.
Okay. And at present, the property that's the subject of the application is actually owned by the First Church of the Nazarene of Westminster Incorporated, correct?
Yes.
So CMFI is a contract purchaser of the land, correct?
Yes, yes.
And obviously, an authorized member of the First Church of the Nazarene of Westminster signed the application, correct?
Yes.
And we have a member of their board here today in support of the application, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You understand that this board has the authority to either approve or deny conditional use for a religious establishment, which would be your church. And that's exactly what we're doing right now. We're asking for permission to put the conditional use of a church at this property. Understand?
Yes.
Okay. You understand that if you wanted to add uses other than a church for a house of worship, you would have to come back to this board or the zoning administrator, dependent upon what your proposed use would be, before you could start doing other things?
Yes, please.
So right now, we're just talking about a church, house of worship.
Yes, please.
Okay. And so the proposed services that you talked about, would you keep the Friday and Sunday services at the same times as they currently are at the new location?
Yes.
So how about during the week? So we're talking Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Saturday. Are there any people at the church on those days?
No, most of our workers are volunteers. People just volunteer to serve in church. Literally, one of the only employee. We have my secretary, who is here, works there on Wednesday and Friday. Sometimes you have like 2 or 3 people during the week. Only on Friday evening you have people, on a Sunday morning.
Okay. And other than yourself, the secretary, or perhaps some custodial staff or volunteers, anybody else expected to be at the building when there are not services?
No.
And your church has engaged the services of other witnesses today to speak about the technical aspects of this project, correct?
Yes.
And I'll suggest they're better suited to answer those questions about how this fits into the code, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I don't have anything further for this witness.
Okay, at this point, does anyone in the audience have any questions of his testimony? Go to the microphone. Go ahead and just form a line there, if you will. That way we can maximize our efficiencies. And remember, state your name, address, occupation, and spell for the record your last name.
Sure. My name is Tara Sipkins. My last name is Simpkins. I reside at 2121 Bethel Road in Finksburg, and I am self-employed. My question is regarding, you were talking about how many people are coming in. On the website, and I'm going to read this word for word, the sanctuary, the Miracle Center Sanctuary will be one built for beauty and for glory, designed to comfortably accommodate between 1,000 and 2,000 guests at any time. That is, my question to them is, how are they going to get them in and out of the property, even if it is only for 2 days, a week, or so forth? How are you going to accommodate 2,000 people of traffic-wise?
Well,
I'm going to object to the question only because it's outside of the scope of what the pastor testified to, and we will be presenting a traffic expert and an engineering expert.
Okay.
If the board feels it's appropriate for the pastor to try.
No, and let me try to state this. We heard that the engineer is going to speak.
Okay.
And we also heard the traffic engineer is going to talk to us. So if there's questions about that,
Okay.
let's save it until after their testimony.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that I was understanding it correctly, but the content on the website says 1,000 to 2,000 people that they're looking to accommodate. So that's what we were questioning. So that's fine. We'll wait for the engineer then.
Okay, very good. And he's not going to go away today, so we can call him back if there's questions.
I may not be here the whole time, so that's why I just wanted, but I'll pass it on to somebody else.
Okay, very good.
Hi, my name is Brian Schisler. I live at 1924 Bethel Road.
Can you speak up just a little bit?
Yes, my name is Brian Schisler. I live at 1924 Bethel Road, so right across the street from where this is planning on being built. My question is, he had said about helping the homeless and giving them a place of worship and a place to get help. Being that there is 0 homeless in Finksburg, how are these people going to get to the church?
Well, we have buses, and we are planning possibly to reactivate them. They have just been abandoned there because of the fact that most of our people drive to church. They were homeless before, but they are no more homeless. Many of them have bought their cars, have their homes, and they drive to church themselves. So our goal is to rehabilitate them, to get them able to take care of themselves. So most of our people take care of themselves.
Okay, but currently you are also thinking about busing people in, for the record. Thank you.
If it's a question, I think he needs to be able to respond.
Yeah, that was a question. Go ahead and respond.
Yes, we have, generally, every church has a little bus that can pick up people who cannot come to church. So when I came, I used to attend the Church of the Open Doors. They have a bus that picked me up from my home to bring me to church. So every church has, so our goal is that those who cannot drive, we'll pick them up, but we always find a way to get them to take care of themselves. 2-3 years, we train them, and they get job in Walmart or other places, and because that's our strategy and that's our goal. That's why most of our members presently are not homeless.
Okay, thank you. Name, address, occupation, and spell for the record your last name.
Sir.
My name is Stephen Quinn, Quinn. Occupation is a computer security specialist for Johns Hopkins. I live at 2255 Sandy Mount Road off of 140. My question is, what is the global headquarters address for CMFI?
Well, CMFI is a very, what we call, non-denominational movement. It means the local churches are very much independent. So we are an independent church, and we have it was founded from Cameroon by my wife's father, Dr. Zach Fomum. And CMFI, the headquarters is in Yaoundé, but they don't have a lot of influence or authority over their churches. It's independent. Most of the local churches are independent. So this one is Carroll County, founded and run in Carroll County.
Is Yaoundé in?
Pardon?
Where is Yaoundé?
Yaoundé is found in Cameroon.
It's in Cameroon. And does CMFI have a U.S. International address, like a, how do I say, centralized United States address?
We are. The address I quoted to you is the address.
Okay, thank you.
Morning. A little closer to the microphone. There you go.
Thank you. Thanks. Better? Better?
A little.
What's
A little. Speak up.
All right, sorry. Name is Patrick Burke. I live at 2015 Bethel Road, Finksburg, Maryland, down the block from where he wants to install his church.
Spell for the record your last name, please.
Burke. First name Patrick, like the saint. I have a question about Pastor Fong Dong's testimony here. He said he started an impact ministry in 2003. Does he intend to continue to minister to drug addicts and homeless people in Finksburg?
I believe that's been asked and answered, but if the board cares to hear the answer again.
Go ahead and answer. It just.
The location we found is very close to Westminster. It is like at the border between Westminster and Finksburg. So it's since most of our members come from we have members from various areas of Carroll County. We are not just a Westminster church, we're a Carroll County church. So Finksburg is part of Carroll County. So whether it is from Finksburg, from Westminster, from Hampstead, we have people living in various places in Carroll County. So the strategy is to minister to all of Carroll County.
That doesn't answer my question. I asked you if you were going to continue to minister and treat drug addicts and homeless people from, it doesn't matter where they're from, but is that part of your ministry?
Objective form of the question, Mr. Bell, I think the board can appreciate this. The question as phrased said, treat drug addicts or drug addicted people. This board has seen before it any number of different ASAM units where the idea of treatment has a very specific meaning under both the law and the code in Maryland. Pastor Fondong didn't suggest anything regarding treatment.
Yes, but he said he had an impact ministry. I've never heard that term, and I'd like further, I'd like him to define what an impact ministry means.
An impact ministry.
He talked about getting them off the street, getting them clean, ministering them to the Lord. What else is he using besides that, if anything? That's a reasonable question, yes?
That's not for me to decide. I don't have an objection to the rephrased question.
The rephrased question, if you could answer that.
Yes, impact means transforming lives so that these lives can be useful in the community. That's all. The goal is that if somebody is overdosed or is under the influence, he goes to the hospital. We are not a hospital. Our strategy is to help them after they are sober, to minister to them so that they may remain sober, through believing in the Lord that they have a better life to live than the life they are living. That's all. Our strategy is to make them understand that they were created by God, they are valuable, and they should not destroy their bodies. That's all. And when we do that, they become members of the society, they become impactful in the society. That's what I meant.
Great. Could you elaborate on how?
I think you just did.
I'll save it for another meeting. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, name, address, occupation, and spell for the record your last name.
Hi, my name's Audrey Livesay, and I live at 1268 Nursery Manor Drive. And the church potential,
Spell for the record your last name.
okay, Livesay.
Okay, thank you.
And my property is adjacent to the property that is impacted for the church use. My question is, you're talking that this use of this property is probably just on Fridays and Sundays. But if it's an impact church or ministry, how can it only be used on probably Fridays and Sundays? It will probably be used more than those 2 days?
Well, those are the days of the services, but most of our ministry is out in the community. We minister in the community. Our people are taught to minister to people, to help, especially the helpless. It's not in the church. We don't do ministry in the Fridays and Sundays are the time they come to church so that we can minister to them. But generally, our ministry is outside the church.
And I know one of the things that you had talked about was providing food, which kind of entices people in need. So would that just be on a Sunday afternoon church?
Yes, because we don't even have the workforce to do something during the week. And our tradition is that we do it on Sunday, which is easier because our people are there. They can help us minister to the people. So Sunday is the only day we cook and we bring food for the church members, and some of the people who may not have a meal, they can have a meal there.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, my name is Kim Piper. I live at 1623 Old Westminster Pike. My last name is spelled Piper. My question is, when I looked all this church up online, they said that their goal was to train our children to be presidents and kings. That didn't even mention helping people with drug abuse. Not that I'm not sympathetic to people who have drug issues, but that sounded more like a cult than a church to me.
So, what is the question?
I can explain.
Well, what are you doing? Are you going to be a church? Or are you going to try to train people to go all over the world to be kings and presidents? It doesn't seem the same. And it's going to be way too many people on Bethel Road, by the way.
Well, kings and priests is a statement we make to somebody who feel that they are valueless. They were created for a purpose by a living God who loves them, and this God wants to make them to become useful members of the society. It's like a cheerleader. You are cheering them up. They are a king and a priest. A king in Scripture, the Bible says, the Lord has made us kings and priests. Kings have authority on earth. Priests have authority with God. That's all. They are born to have influence on earth. We teach them, please make the world a better place than how you left it, by making an impact in the life of somebody. That's all. They are kings and priests to make sure that they minister to the community and leave the world a better place than how they met it. Priests, authority with God. Kings, ministering to men. That's the meaning.
Okay, and again, I have to say that there's no way you're going to build a building.
Questions of his testimony.
So you say that you're not going to use the building except for Wednesdays and Fridays. So you're going to leave a building that big empty the rest of the time?
Well, the present building is empty most of the day. Sometimes the letter, like our parcels from the mail, we have to beg them to put them in the neighbor's house because there's nobody there during the week. As I said, we have volunteer workers, so we are there just a few of us twice a week, then at the weekend on Friday and Saturday, on Friday and Sunday.
Okay, thanks.
Hi,
I'm Cindy Hyde, HYDE 1256 Nursery Manor, Finksburg 21048. The zoning board said for conditional use. Can you explain conditional use? Because I looked it up and it said tents, porta potties.
I'm going to object to the question to the extent it's directed to this witness.
Yeah, could you save that question for, I'm assuming Mr. Hackett would be better suited to answer that question, and
Sure.
he'll be a future witness. Mr. Schisler, I'll give you the second bite of the apple, but I shouldn't, but go ahead.
My sincerest apologies, and I appreciate it. If you were saying that you were planning on using the buildings on Sundays and Fridays, how come on the website it talks about around-the-clock prayer rooms? That seems to be a discrepancy. Could you please elaborate?
We have a lot of online prayer. Even now that I'm talking to you, prayer is going on. We love praying. So we have a lot of, most of our church is online. We have 84,000 people online. So a lot of things are done online. Most of our ministry is online. So we have prayer about different prayer meetings, the women praying, the children praying. It's all done online.
Then why does it say that there's going to be prayer rooms in the building around the clock?
Prayer room is just to give somebody, like an individual, an opportunity to come and have a quiet time. Let's say the children are disturbing a little bit and my wife is cooking and it's all over the place. I decide to go there and just spend some time alone with God. There's a prayer room for people to come and spend time with God.
So it will be used more than just Sundays and Fridays like you stated.
The prayer room is mainly giving the people an opportunity. For example, here we have a prayer room in the present place where people can come and pray, but generally, somehow, people don't come. But it's just that we encourage prayer, but most of our prayer is online.
So was that a yes to my question?
Objection.
Now, he just explained that most of the, I don't want to misrepresent, but most of the prayer is online. Okay.
Hi, it's Marie Blecklick, BLECLIC, 1133 Core Drive. My question is, if it's only going to be open for services Friday, Sunday, how are you back in the construction of this facility? And if your clientele or your people that are going to come, and you just mentioned that it would be mostly online services also, my big concern here is, since the church that had the property has gone to a situation where they can't sustain the property or build their church, how long are you going to be there? And if you're not able to sustain yourself with the funds that you have, then are we going to be looking at an eyesore and a vacant property in the future?
I'm going to object on multiple grounds. That was probably 3 different questions, and none of them were relevant, at least in my opinion.
I didn't hear a word he said.
The questions you need to direct to him are based on his testimony, and that wasn't based on his testimony. So you can make those comments later as your own testimony, but at this point, it's just asking him the questions of his testimony. I promise you all, your heads are probably spinning, saying, "What is he saying?" At the end of the process, you'll understand the process. So save those comments for your own testimony after Mr. Luzuriaga is finished calling his witnesses. Okay? Okay, anyone else? Questions of his testimony? Okay, very good. Mr. Luzuriaga, do you have any follow-ups?
Briefly, I do. Thank you. So Pastor Fondong, you were asked a question by one of the citizen members here. Why does the website say that the sanctuary is going to be built to accomplish between 1,000 and 2,000 people? Do you remember that question?
Yes.
Explain to the board if there is any distinction between what's been on the website and what you're hoping to accomplish.
Yes, when we began dreaming about a church that can accommodate more people, we thought of that number. But later on, we brought it down very low because our concentration is, there are a lot of things in the website that has not been changed for years. So what I have issues with some of my technical people, when you have volunteer people, you cannot rebuke them very much. So, but we have things that need to be changed because that one is no more something that we are looking at because where we are going to is to minister to people, particularly online, since we have a lot of audience online, and to minister to the community. Our present, where we are going to, we don't intend to put 1,000 people, in the church. That's we are not asking for a place for 1,000 people or 2,000.
Now, at the time your website was constructed with those figures, was your church looking at an alternate location from this one?
Yes, it's just we are like forecasting our vision. Our vision, to, let's say, have a vision to have a church of 1,000, 2,000, but most often after having a vision, you have to draw what is visible, what is possible, and we came to the conclusion that to influence more people, a lot of people now are on. They follow online. To influence more people, we'll develop our online audience and online capability. That's why we are going on TV, we are going on YouTube. So we are now interested to minister to a broad number of people. We are already above 2,000 online. So our strategy is not just the physical members, but the online. So if this is an old vision, because we have bypassed that vision now, we have an audience that is more than 2,000 members. So,
okay. And you were asked a number of follow-up questions about around-the-clock prayer rooms. Do you remember being asked that?
Yes.
As specifically as I can make it, is there going to be one or more rooms in the proposed church that have people in them 24 hours a day praying?
Well, generally, you have people. You will give opportunity for people to come to a church. A church is a place of prayer, a place of quiet, where people can come and have a quiet time. So it's just providing people the opportunity to come and have a time alone with God. So it's not traffic. There's not a lot of people coming, just a few people at a time.
So the question.
Wait a minute, Mr. Luzuriaga, could you turn your microphone back on?
Is it on now?
It's off.
The light's not.
Can you hear me? The light is on here.
Okay.
On
Okay.
my side.
Okay.
Maybe I'll bring it closer. Is that better?
It's on
Yeah.
now,
Fine.
yeah.
My apologies.
Yeah, there we go.
So, Pastor Fondong, what I want to make absolutely clear, is there some sort of requirement or mandate that you tell your congregation somebody has to be in that room 24 hours a day praying?
Oh, no.
I don't have anything further.
Okay. Thank you very much for your testimony. Mr. Luzuriaga, are you going to call another witness?
I am.
Wait a minute. Board members, stay seated. Board members, questions?
Shop liver over here?
Yeah, you are. Mr. Snyder, you want to go first?
Thank you.
Sorry.
Speaking of I see we have some preliminary drawings. Have preliminary drawings of the actual construct of the building been developed?
Yes, just what they call a forecast, just not really from an architect, but just what we plan to do. We did it in order to use it to raise funds for the project. So, but it's not really something we have, because we'll be working with technical people to draw the real thing.
And in those conceptual drawings, I'll call them, not architectural drawings, but conceptual drawings,
Yes.
has there been a capacity determined?
Yes, just
A general capacity? It doesn't, you have to be overly specific, but a general capacity.
yes, general capacity. We are trying to have a church not, according to what we have seen, some hundreds more than what we have now. but we are still working on that. But it will not be above 1,000 as they are talking about.
Okay, so you're saying that at this point, you're envisioning a building that will not exceed 1,000
Yes.
capacity? I'll use the
Yes.
word capacity, whatever that means, not necessarily seating, but capacity. And then in the parking area, and I don't know if you know, I mean, I didn't see a note as to how many parking spaces are delineated in the spot. Do you know? I know I could ask Mr. Hackett, I'm just wondering.
I don't want to get in the way of the board's interaction with the witness, but your last question and the parking question are both addressed on CLSI's plan.
Sorry, it's on the drawing, I just did not see it, so thank you.
Sure.
That's the rest of my questions.
Ms. Eckert?
I don't have any questions, thank you.
Mr. Caldwell?
No questions.
Ms. Ford Mount?
I have some. First, I need to state for the record, though, that I do own a property on Bethel Road. I don't live on Bethel Road, but I do own a property on Bethel Road. It will not affect my ability to make a decision here, but I did want to disclose that. So you mentioned that the majority of your members are online. When is that shot? Like, is that during your Sunday service where it's just streamed live, or is that done at different times in that building that you're proposing?
90% of the time is Sunday and Fridays. We are live.
Okay.
So we are live both on YouTube, Facebook, and on the TV.
Okay. And I apologize, I think it was stated, but are you purchasing this property or are you renting it?
Purchasing.
You're purchasing it, okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your testimony. Mr. Lazariaga, would you like to call another witness?
I would. You want to go sit back? Yep, you're fine. Just let the pastor get off the hot seat if that's all right. I'm going to call Mr. Hackett. Good afternoon, Mr. Hackett.
Good afternoon.
You were here and took the oath earlier, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I am going to mark as Exhibit 3 a document. Can you tell me if you recognize that?
Yes, that's my resume.
Okay. Mr. Bale, I'm going to ask that Mr. Hackett's resume be accepted as Exhibit 3 into the record.
And we will accept that into evidence.
And then, I should get in front of the microphone. With the board's permission and absent any objections from the audience, I would proffer Mr. Hackett as an expert in civil engineering and land planning.
And based on his prior testimony before this board in those fields, we will accept him as an expert witness in those fields.
Thank you. Mr. Hackett, has CLSI been engaged by CMFI associated with the project we're here to discuss today?
Yes, we have.
And what is the scope of work that's been completed so far?
We did basically the plat to accompany the Board of Zoning Appeals request for conditional use, which entails basically a conceptual sketch containing the building, parking areas, approximate septic locations, stormwater management, water quality structures, and so on.
And may I inquire of the board, is there just one copy for you all to share? I have two others I can bring, and we've got some smaller versions as well.
You're working off of this?
Yes, the same drawing.
We can.
I have one.
Okay, if anybody wants others, we've
I'm
got
okay.
them.
I'll take one.
Thank
for the
All right, do you want the full size or the smaller one?
Full size.
All right.
Mr. Dixon, these are both in the file.
Okay. That's for you too. I just want to make sure there's one in the file.
Consider it a gift. Both get a gift.
So for purposes of the record, Mr. Dixon, I guess, could you mark what I gave you as Exhibit 4 then, since there's only a digital copy in front of the board? And I'll formally ask that the...
And we'll accept that into evidence as exhibit number 4.
Thank you. So what's up on the screen, Mr. Hackett, can you describe for the board and the audience what this shows, generally speaking?
We have shown the access road from Bethel Road coming back into the property with the building pretty much straight ahead of the entrance road.
Mr. Hackett, could you use the cursor and show us exactly what you're talking about?
Can you see over here? You want to switch with me?
Doesn't mind, see this?
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep. The proposed building being located in this general area right in here, and the parking area being shown in here with some parking landscaping, and then this would be the stormwater management facilities, and these are the water quality facilities throughout that are required by, obviously, the state of Maryland and Carroll County, and a proposed, basically a septic area to accommodate the facility.
And what's the approximate acreage of the property?
Just almost 25 acres.
And what, if any, existing improvements are on the property right now?
There's really no building structures. It's just some old, relatively plants and stuff like that, and some vegetation.
There's 2 signs on it that say Future Home of the Church of the Nazarene, correct?
Correct.
And those have been there for, what, 20, 30 years?
Yes, as long as I remember.
What is the parcel zoned?
It's zoned agricultural.
Okay, and the present application is for a religious establishment as defined by the Carroll County zoning article, correct?
That's correct.
And pursuant to the ordinance, is a religious establishment a conditional use within the agricultural district?
It is as of now, as of 2019.
And so what type of requirements are the applicants facing in terms of distances, lot width, lot size? What do we have to meet here?
The building setbacks as shown on the sketch, they have 50-foot minimum building lines. We have a 100-foot minimum building line that we have shown off the residential portion. And then there's some setback requirements from the actual use to building area to properties that are 3 acres or less in size, which would be, I believe, 200 feet, which we exceed that. And then parcels over 3 acres would be basically from the building area about 300 feet to another structure, which basically there's no structures on the adjacent properties in that direction. The other agricultural zone lands, that would be to basically the north and basically I call it the northeast and the southwest.
So let's go through some specifics so we have a nice clean presentation here. For a religious establishment within the agricultural zone, the minimum lot area is 2 acres, correct?
That's correct.
So this project exceeds that, correct?
That's correct.
And the minimum lot width is 200 feet, correct?
Yes.
Does this project exceed that requirement?
Yes, it does.
Is the minimum front yard depth 100 feet for this establishment in this zone?
It is.
Does this project meet or exceed that?
It exceeds it.
And is the side yard requirement 50 feet for this use in the ag zone?
Yes, it is.
Does this proposed use meet or exceed that?
Yes, it does.
And is the rear yard depth requirement 50 feet for this use in this zone?
Yes, it is.
Does this proposed use meet or exceed that?
Yes, it does.
Now, as far as distance requirements go, I believe your testimony was that the buildings associated with this use are at least 200 feet away from any lot of less than 3 acres, correct?
That's correct.
And is the building at least 300 feet away from dwellings on any adjoining lot of 3 or more acres?
Yes.
So does the proposed use meet or exceed all bulk and distance requirements associated with this use in this zone?
Yes, it does.
Now, Mr. Snyder had a question about parking earlier. Is parking tabulated on the drawing that's been admitted as Exhibit 4?
Yes, it is.
What is the requirement for parking for a religious establishment?
1 space for every 4 persons.
And you'd agree with me that at present, the exhibit that's actually been submitted misstates that. It states it's 4 spaces for every 4 persons, correct?
That's correct.
So the actual requirement is 1 parking space for every 4 persons?
That's correct.
And what is the total number the capacity of the church that you were asked to evaluate?
1,000.
And so, simple math, what's the amount of parking that's required?
250 spaces.
And what's the amount of parking that is shown on the exhibit?
We showed it's 344 spaces.
So, to say the least, this project meets or exceeds the parking requirements associated with the use, correct?
That's correct.
Looking at the lot itself, do you find anything, well, I know land planners find reasons to find every lot unique. Is this lot unique for any particular purpose?
Well, the main thing unique about the property is its location. I mean, the location, proximity to a state highway. It's relatively close. It doesn't have direct access, but it's there. I mean, if you look throughout a lot of the areas, I mean, there's a religious establishment right down the road here that's not much further, but further down Bethel Road. Yeah, this one's in close proximity.
Okay, and we don't need to go too much farther in that because we're not asking for any variances, are we?
That's correct.
What, if any, buffering or screening currently exists around the proposed site?
The property does have some existing trees on it. It has some adjacent to it, without grading and all that. Some may have to be graded and removed, but the landscape ordinance with Carroll County is very stringent, and in a lot of cases will require Class A screenings along a lot of the property lines, in particular along the residential areas.
And that would come as a part of the site plan process, is that correct?
That's correct.
Can you describe the topography of the site, generally speaking?
Generally, it's a general rolling hill. There's not, there's very little steep slopes involved, and it's very conducive to what our proposal is.
In your expert opinion, do you believe that this location is appropriate for the proposed use?
Yes.
In your expert opinion, do you believe that this location is appropriate for the proposed use within the agricultural zone?
Yes.
For the proposed use on this lot, is there anywhere on the lot where it could be better placed to better distance itself from anything surrounding it?
Actually, not really. I mean, the most important would be the residential area, which we tried to push the building back. It's closer to the parcel to the north, which is unimproved at this time. So there's really setback-wise, if we moved it anywhere else, it'd be a similar distance or even closer.
Understanding that Mr. Lenhart is going to testify after you, I want to ask you while I've got the opportunity with you here. Being familiar with the site, do you believe that the proposed use would create any dangerous traffic conditions or jeopardize the lives or property of anyone nearby?
No.
Let's have proper decorum here.
I'll continue. In your opinion, would the proposed use adversely affect the public health, safety, security, morals, or general welfare?
No.
In your opinion, does the proposed use at this location have an adverse effect above and beyond those inherently associated with religious establishments, regardless of their location within the agricultural zone?
No, it doesn't.
Is the proposed use contrary to the public interest?
No.
Is the proposed use consistent with the orderly growth and development of the community?
Yes.
Is the proposed use consistent with the stated purposes of the zoning ordinance, specifically that of the agricultural zone?
Yes.
And is the proposed use consistent with the timing and sequencing of the county's master plan?
Yes.
I don't have anything further.
Okay, now, questions of Mr. Hackett's testimony. Anyone from the audience have questions of Mr. Hackett's testimony?
Yes, my name's Donna Huff, H-O-F-F. I live at 2058 Bethel Road in Finksburg. My question is, there's a runoff water pond just at the bottom of that hill, right on the opposite side of that road that they're coming in. So how is that going to affect that water runoff?
We will have to work through the stormwater management review agency and handle the runoff through the property. It goes through an extensive review. We have to provide quantity management and also quality management.
And does this property that you're buying backs up to land preservation also? Am I correct?
I believe you're correct. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Sorry. Cindy Hyde. You want me to state my address again?
No, we already have that.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, am I able to go over to this to point?
There's no microphone.
Okay. So,
No.
to get into my neighborhood is an entrance right there. It's dangerous to pull into my neighborhood and even to get out of it because Bethel Road has become so dangerous and it has a lot of traffic on it. So for the amount of clientele that they're talking about, that's just gonna make it even more dangerous. That driveway will be, as I'm stopping to go into my neighborhood, it'll all be backed up. That's my first thing. Second off,
Okay, questions? Questions?
well, I'm going off of, he said that there would be no traffic problems.
No, that's testimony. You need to ask him questions of his testimony.
How are they gonna handle that issue?
And we're gonna hear from a traffic engineer. I hate to delay your questions, but the traffic engineer could better answer those questions, and I think he'll be the next witness. Would that be correct, Mr. Lazuriaga?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, and then another question is about, he said there was no danger to the surrounding people of the people that are gonna be going to this church. My question is, are they gonna screen this clientele
I'm going to.
of their, you know, how do we know they're not pedophiles? They're already saying that they're reformed drug addicts, homeless.
I will.
There's children in the area.
I will object to the question as it's beyond the scope of this witness's testimony.
Yeah, that's not Mr. Hackett's bailiwick. That question can maybe be answered better by the applicant, which I'm assuming will be called back. Would that
Okay, but
be-
I'm just saying, he did make that
maybe not.
statement.
Okay. So save your transportation questions for the transportation engineer. Okay.
Again, my name is Audrey Livesay, and I live at 1268 Nursery Manor, and this property butts right up against mine. So when you were talking about a buffering, are you talking about putting something along the property line that's going to, I don't have to hear all that or see all that? What are you talking about, a buffering?
There most likely will be required a Class A screening. If you look at the board, my cursor, along this property line here, there will be some landscaping throughout, coming down through the actual entranceway as well. But I do know that this particularly right here, to separate between the two uses, will be required by the landscape ordinance of Carroll County.
And just one question, who do I talk to about the septic system? Because this is not going to go on city, it's going to be a private. Who do I ask questions of that? Because right up against my property, I have holes that have been dug all over there for perk holes, right 2 feet off my property.
Yes, we did a preliminary evaluation of perk test throughout that property, and the soil conditions were actually outstanding, and we believe that that's the reason why we moved forward with the project, because we believe we can design a system to accommodate what's needed for this particular use.
Possibly 1,000 people.
That's correct. And it's not by people, it's by actual capacity, gallons per person.
Any other questions?
Hi, my name is Patty Kilchenstein, Kilchenstein. I live at 1255 Nursery Manor Drive, which is the third lot in from Bethel Road. And so that access drive would be in my backyard. And where would that I guess you're saying tree lining go, would that be on which side of the drive toward the residences or the other side near the open land behind me?
Most likely toward the residences, but there'll probably be landscaping on both sides of the entrance road.
Okay.
Any other questions of Mr. Hackett's testimony? Board members?
May I, Mr. Bale, briefly?
Yes.
Just, unless you want to ask first and then see if I have questions for him.
Go ahead. We'll let.
Oh, thank you. Mr. Hackett, I just want to follow up on the last question that was asked by an audience member. She characterized the fact that the access drive would go through her backyard. Did you hear that?
Yes, sir.
But the plat shows, in fact, that this proposed lot has a panhandle that extends all the way to Bethel Road, correct?
That's correct.
And that is in fee simple. It's not subject to approval or an easement or anything above the lots it goes behind, correct?
Are you referring to our access road?
Yes.
Our access road is within our property.
Thank you.
Okay. Board members?
No question.
You good? Thank you, Mr. Hackett.
Thank you.
Would you like to call your next witness?
I would like to call Mr. Lenhart. He's all the way in the back there. He's coming up. You okay, Mike? Could you state your name and business address for the record, please?
Yes, good morning. Michael Lenhart with Lenhart Traffic Consulting, 645 Baltimore Annapolis Boulevard, Severna Park, Maryland, 21146.
And I'm going to show you what I've marked as Exhibit 5. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
What is it?
That is my resume.
Mr. Bale, I'm going to ask that the Exhibit 5 be accepted into the record.
And we will accept that into the record as Exhibit 5.
And likewise with the prior witness, and absent any voir dire of the board or questions or objections from the audience, I would proffer Mr. Lenhart as an expert in traffic engineering.
And we will accept him as an expert in traffic engineering.
Okay. Give me just a moment to fast forward in my outline then. Okay, Mr. Lenhart, are you familiar with the proposed location of the CMFI Miracle Center relating to this case?
Yes.
Did you prepare a traffic statement regarding the subject project?
Yes, I did.
I have 5 copies. If I may approach, I would only ask that one be marked and saved in the record as Exhibit 6.
Okay.
As part of preparing your traffic statement, did you review the plan that's on the screen right now that's been prepared by CLSI?
Yes, we did.
And
Could you speak up just a little bit?
Yes, we did.
And what, from a traffic engineering perspective, is important about what's shown on the screen presently?
Well, I guess the layout of the site. The driveway is located approximately 850 feet east of Maryland 140 along Bethel Road, approximately 240 feet east of Nursery Manor Way. Traffic will enter and exit the site via the existing driveway, which will be improved and constructed to the applicable county standards.
Okay, and in this particular instance, at this stage, was a full TIA required?
No.
Why not? Explain that to the board.
A traffic impact study is required at the time of, typically a time of site plan. That is when the adequate public facilities is tested. This application does not require the adequate public facilities analysis at this time. If this use is approved by this board, then it will be required to go through the site plan process, which is when the adequate public facilities analysis would be applied.
So can you tell the board, in terms of preparing the traffic statement that's been admitted into evidence, how do you come up with that?
Certainly. Chapter 5 of the Carroll County Design Manual states that a traffic impact study is required at the time of site plan for any proposed development that generates more than 50 peak hour trips. A traffic impact study may be required for any project that generates between 25 and 50 peak hour trips. A traffic impact study shall not be required for any development that generates fewer than 25 peak hour trips. And again, that is how the traffic impact study and the need for a traffic impact study is determined at that time.
So what type of analysis has gone into supporting your statement? Are you familiar with traffic counts associated with the times proposed, with the proposed use?
Yes. So our traffic statement included a trip generation analysis of the proposed church, showing the trips that we generated on a weekday morning peak hour, weekday evening peak hour, as well as the Sunday morning peak period, and the Friday evening period when there will be small services offered.
And what were your findings?
Yes, the site will the trip generation is done based on the Institute for Transportation Engineers Trip Generation Manual. It's a nationally accepted publication with empirical data for hundreds and hundreds of land uses. It is what the county refers to when determining how much traffic a particular land use will generate. In this case, a church with the proposed size of the church would generate 12 morning peak hour trips on a weekday morning peak hour. There are no services on a weekday morning peak hour, but churches typically have some sort of administrative or whatever small usage that's not really associated with service, but just general church use. And so
I don't want to interrupt you, but I'm going to. So for the board's understanding, which I'm sure they know, but also the audience's, that 12 number, that comes directly from a chart that you're required to use. Is that correct?
Directly from the Institute for Transportation Engineers Trip Generation Manual. It's not a number that I estimate. It's not a number that, it's based on empirical data that's provided to us by a national publication that the county also utilizes.
And it's specific to the use.
Specific to the use.
Thank you. I'm sorry for interrupting. Please continue.
That's fine. So it's 12 morning peak hour trips on a weekday, 19 evening peak hour trips on a weekday, and 509 midday trips on a Sunday peak hour. And those 509 trips are 249 in and 260 out. That's what would be associated with a 999 seat church that is fully occupied, that would have the full 999 seats in use. And again, those are dictated to us by this Institute for Transportation Engineers Manual. On a Friday in the evening, it's my understanding that the Friday service occurs around 7 o'clock, beginning around 7. We were advised initially that it's 25 to 40 people that attend those Friday evening services. I think the testimony earlier here this afternoon was maybe up to 50. But based on 40 trips, on a Friday evening, it would generate 20 peak hour trips on a Friday evening at the 7 o'clock service. If it were 50 people in attendance, that would be 26 trips. So all of those are, on the weekdays, are below the threshold that would require a traffic impact study. The Sunday morning exceeds the volume that would require a traffic study. So we believe that there would be no traffic impact study required for any of the weekday periods, typical weekday, AM or PM. There would be a traffic study required for Sunday morning with the typical service. Because the Carroll County Design Manual, Chapter 5, identifies less than 25 peak hour trips as not requiring a traffic impact study, that is indication that the county believes that that's a de minimis impact. It's a negligible impact. It's not really worth measuring and testing. You know, those the 12 in that are the 12 AM trips, for example, that would be maybe it's not 12 people entering the church. It's 7 entering, 5 exiting. So it's a mixture of entering and exiting. It really would have a very negligible impact on the intersections and the road network. So that summarizes what was in the statement.
So specifically about the Friday peak hour analysis, what does the county consider peak hours on Friday PM?
Weekday peak hours, the county usually has a study 6 a.m. in the morning to 9 a.m. in the morning, and we look at that 3-hour period and determine what the peak 1 hour is. Anything outside of that is not considered a peak hour. In the evening, it's 3 p.m. to 7 p.m., and so we look at that 4-hour period, and we determine what the 1 peak hour is, and that becomes the evening peak hour. If anything outside of that 4-hour period is not considered a peak hour and typically not studied. Usually commuter traffic is much lower and the traffic on the road network is much lower outside of those hours and not studied.
And within those 4 hours, the 3 to 7 p.m., what is the highest volume of traffic and what is the lowest, typically speaking, or at least for this corridor?
If you bear with me. So I have some traffic data that we pulled from State Highway Administration's website.
And this is included in your statement, correct?
It is, yes. And that indicates that the peak hour of traffic along Maryland 140 is and this was April of 2024. The peak hour was actually from 3 o'clock, 22. It was actually 3 to 4 o'clock along Route 140. But up until about 6 o'clock, it's within a couple of percent. It's very consistent from 3 to 6 o'clock, and after 6 o'clock, it drops off dramatically by 30, 40% or so.
Okay, and it's your expectation that any trips generated by the Friday service would be during the 6 to 7 hour, if the service starts at 7 o'clock?
The entering trips would be toward the latter half of that hour, yes, when traffic on Route 140 has already dropped off significantly.
Okay. Have you done anything to study the intersection at Bethel Road and 140 regarding its levels of service?
Yes, we did.
Describe what you did, please.
So, because a traffic impact study is not required at this stage, we did not do new traffic counts. We did not do a traffic impact study. We did identify when it would be required, which is, as I said, at the site plan, Sunday morning would be required. However, to provide some information, because we knew the traffic would be an issue of concern, we wanted to look at the weekday conditions as well as the Sunday conditions. We researched State Highway Administration's traffic count database. They have traffic counts they conduct all over the state, and they have historical data posted on their portal. The most recent intersection count they have at 140 in Bethel was from 2015. Now, they're...
That's enough. I gave you one warning. Next time, you're out the door. Decorum.
My next sentence was going to be, I acknowledge those are very old traffic counts, and I'm not claiming, based on a 2015 count, that here's what the situation is. But using that was an intersection turning movement count. Using that intersection turning movement count, in 2015, the intersection was operating at a level of service on the borderline of a C and a D in the morning peak hour, and at a level of service C in the evening peak hour. Now that was in 2015. So what we did was we looked further at the state highway traffic counts. They have counts along Route 140 that are mainline volume counts on Route 140. And they maintain a historical database of those traffic counts. They have data from, and this is included in our report, they have data from 2014 to 2023 showing the growth in daily traffic volumes along Route 140. In 2015, the daily traffic volume on Route 140 was 40,989 vehicles per day. In 2023, the volume of traffic, the daily volume of traffic was 39,423. So, and if you look at from 2014 to 2023, you will see that the volume of traffic on Route 140 has been steady for that entire 9-year period. But the only time it dropped off was in 2020 through COVID. There was a significant drop off. 2021, it bounced back some and has bounced back to about where it was now pre-COVID. And State Highway Administration has done studies and issued other statements a year or two ago saying that traffic volumes have bounced back. They're back to where they were before COVID. But that tells us that the traffic volumes really haven't changed on Route 140. And that's based on empirical data provided by State Highway Administration. We also looked at traffic counts the State Highway has on Bethel Road to the east of Route 140 from 2014 to 2023. In 2015, at the date of that state highway traffic count, there were 2,971 vehicles per day on Bethel Road. And in 2023, there were 3,273 vehicles per day. So a change of about 300 vehicles per day, spread out throughout the day. But if you look at that 9-year period, they range between 2,900 and 3,200 throughout that entire period. So traffic volumes at this intersection, based on historical data, based on actual volumes just from last year, really the volumes have not changed substantially. And so we can opine, based on the 2015 data, that that's still fairly accurate. I'm not saying that that would be exactly what we get if we went out and did new counts, but based on the data, it should be pretty accurate. And I would reiterate, this site generates a negligible amount of traffic during weekdays. It would not even require a traffic impact study during weekdays. There's no services that occur during the actual peak hours. And the one on Friday evening is after traffic has trailed off substantially. So there, let me see if I had any other. The other thing we looked at was on Sunday, the volumes on Sundays. State Highway does not have traffic count at Route 140 and Bethel Road on a Sunday. And so we don't have that data, but they do have traffic counts on Route 140, mainline volume counts. And we pulled that data, and the volume on Route 140 on a Sunday during the peak hour when the service would be in effect is about 50% lower than the peak day volumes during the weekdays. And so based upon that, we can look at the intersection, and if it's operating at a level of service C, roughly CD, on a weekday during a peak hour, when we drop the mainline volumes by about 50% to account for Sunday volumes, the intersection would be operating at, we project, at a level of service A or B on a Sunday during this service, which all of the criteria is level of service D or better, and so all of that is meant to show that we anticipate this would pass the adequacy test at the time that test is required.
So have you come to a conclusion that the proposed use will have a negligible impact, if any, on the level of service at the intersection of Bethel Road and 140?
Yes. Yes, particularly on weekdays, it would be negligible impact to traffic operations and level of service. On a Sunday, there will be some impact. The intersection will operate at acceptable levels. And given that there's a traffic signal there, State Highway can program the signal. They're programmable. They can put in extension times. So if we know when the service times are for the church, we know when people are getting out. They can reprogram the signal to extend the green on Bethel. So when the church lets out, the signal it knows when cars are there. It knows when cars keeps coming, and it will keep extending the green, so it lets them flush out. The signal provides a safe and efficient means of accessing the road network back from this use, and we believe that is a good feature in terms of where this site is located.
And is it your testimony and your expert opinion today that you can project at this point in time with the data available that the intersection at Bethel Road and 140 will operate at a level of service of A or B on Sunday with a fully operational church?
That is our estimate based on the data that we have, yes.
Do you have any concerns about site distances from 140 approaching the entrance on Bethel Road?
No, we've looked at that. I have visited the site. The speed limit is 30 miles per hour. AASHTO is the American Association of State Highway Transportation Officials. It's the design manual for roadway designers. It establishes requirements for intersection site distance and for stopping site distance for safe intersections. And it recommends a stopping site distance of 200 feet for a 30 mile per hour roadway, 305 feet for 40 miles per hour. Sometimes we'll add 10 miles per hour on. That state highway guidance says you take the posted, you add 10 miles per hour. Just if people are driving faster the speed limit, then you can make sure that you've got appropriate site distance. Intersection site distance is 290 feet and 380 feet for 30 and 40 mile per hour respectively. And based upon the driveway location, the site distances far exceed those values.
Okay. I asked you specifically about the intersection at Bethel Road and 140. Would the proposed use impact the existing levels of service of any other intersection in the vicinity?
No, I don't believe so. Maryland 140 and Bethel is a signalized intersection. It's going to be the primary way people get in and out to the road network from here. The site access will also be evaluated at the time of the adequate test. At this point, I don't have any reason to believe why the site access would fail either. I mean, churches do experience some congestion when they let out. It's just the way they operate. It's a very short-lived thing. But I believe that it will pass the APF test and be managed well.
And when you testified earlier about the options to communicate with the State Highway Administration for the pattern and timing of the signal at Bethel Road and 140, would that be to address any queuing issues if they became apparent?
That's part of it, and that would help to address and alleviate any queuing if they have proper timing on the traffic signal to accommodate those times of worship and ingress and egress from the facility. Then that would manage the traffic flows. It would prevent queuing from backing up.
So based upon your study, do you have an opinion as to whether the proposed use will have an adverse effect on traffic conditions in its vicinity?
I do not believe it will at this location, no.
Are you generally familiar with the surrounding agricultural district in this location?
Generally, yes.
Would the proposed use at this location create a traffic hazard or traffic nuisance because of its location specifically?
No, it would not. And for all the reasons previously testified, again, this location, I believe, would have less of an impact than others. If you take, for example, another location that may have access to a roadway that goes out to Route 140 that does not have a traffic signal, then you would have, the congregation trying to access Route 140 via a stop-controlled intersection, trying to find gaps, and that could be difficult. That could be could cause operational issues. This location having the traffic signal is particularly important because it allows efficient management of traffic on and off the road network.
Is there anything about the proposed use at this location regarding turning movements in relation to access to public roads cause any concerns in your eyes?
No, no, not in my eyes. I don't believe that there will be any queuing or backups on Bethel Road. Again, I believe that it can be managed with proper signal timing.
Are there any other buildings or locations near the proposed site that cause you any concerns regarding traffic generation?
No.
Is the proposed location near a pedestrian entrance for anything?
No, I don't believe so. There's other driveways around there, but it's located in good separation from the adjacent neighborhood street. I think it was 240 feet. And it aligns with commercial driveway across the street, or the driveway across the street. So I believe it's well designed.
Is there anything about this particular location that would make any adverse effect on traffic conditions above and beyond those associated with a church anywhere else in the agricultural zone?
No, and again, I believe it would be better at this location due to the proximity of the signal.
I don't have anything further at this time.
Okay. Does anyone in the audience have any questions of Mr. Linhart's testimony? Okay, go ahead. All you need to do is state your name.
Audrey Livesay, And I don't think I've ever seen a driveway that long.
No, what's your question?
Okay, it's coming to it.
Okay.
Has that been thought about if there's an emergency? What happens if there's an emergency? There's only that one long driveway out. How, God forbid, there is something that would happen. Schools, churches usually have two, an entrance in and an entrance out.
I am going to object because I believe this question would have been better directed to Mr. Hackett. It wasn't what he testified to.
Mr. Hackett, could you come to the microphone, please? Could you address that?
Would you like me to repeat my question?
No, ma'am. This project will, under the site development review process, will be reviewed by emergency services. They will make the determination of the access to Bethel Road. If it's deemed that we need to bifurcate the entrance, create some sort of island to make the access a little wider at that location. The theory on that is that the chances of you having an accident, it's going to block the entire intersection and not be able to get two means of apparatus. You know, that's the fire engine happening the same time that somebody's having a heart attack right back past, that people can still get through, that kind of thing. So that will go through an extensive review.
And just for clarification, that's during the planning process. So that will be when the plan is submitted to the planning department in development review, and that's when those type of reviews will occur. We have nothing to do with those type of reviews here. We are only looking at the conditional use request for a church, a religious establishment in the ag zone. Site plan is not what we do. So what Mr. Hackett just said was that process will be taken care of during the development review process and the planning commission.
Are the affected people, will they be invited to this? Will they be let know? Because the only other way would be to go through my property to get out to, if there was an emergency.
Yes, ma'am, you will be invited to it. The site plan process will have a concept site plan, which will have opportunity to be in front of the planning commission, along with the final site plan. So a couple times through the process, you'll be able to
And
discuss
prior to
it.
that, the technical review committee.
And that as well. That's correct, Mr. Bale.
So there'll be three opportunities for input.
Would you like my name?
Yes.
Cindy Hyde. So, it was just brought up about emergency, my husband is the president and the chief of Reese. There is so many accidents. Have they been consulted?
What's your question?
I want to know, have they been consulted with this traffic?
That will be done at the technical review and the planning commission process.
Okay.
So, and your husband as chief will have the opportunity to fill out paperwork specific to this project at that point.
Okay, my question also, has it been taken into consideration the people like myself that live right there, right before you go into the church's driveway, of how congested that will be? You can't even see to get out of my driveway now.
And can I ask a question? Is your driveway right there on the map that's up there?
Yes, Nursery Manor.
Right there across from where it says Bethel Road on the map? Is that where your entrance is? Okay, I'm getting nods from everybody. Okay. I just wanted to clarify.
So my driveway would be like here?
Right where the cursor is?
Where the what?
Where the cursor is on the map?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you.
And that's very congested now. And there's bus stops all along there.
So,
Did you hear the question, Mr. Lenhart?
We conducted site distance analysis at the driveway, or site distance assessment. I didn't look at her driveway, so I can't say what the sight lines are like at her driveway. But the proposed driveway meets the requirements, exceeds the requirements.
There's driveways on each side, all around.
Well, and what he just testified to is that his responsibility was looking at the entrance onto the property off of Bethel Road, and there's adequate sight distances in each direction. That's what he just testified to.
Including being able to see the adjacent driveways. So, you know, there's sight lines out there to see and avoid traffic on Bethel Road and adjacent.
Okay, my question is, what are you going to do about how much traffic and congestion there is right there where my driveway is?
And again, that'll be addressed at the site plan.
And when was this traffic testing done from 140?
I'm going to object only because I want to move this along. I believe that was asked and answered. He testified the numbers came from 2015, then they were supplemented with other numbers. He explained how it got to 23 and how he extrapolated to today. He's gone over it a few times.
So the answer is 2015?
No, ma'am.
I did not hear your answer.
It's 2015 and 2023.
Yes.
2015 through 2023.
So it's through those time periods, and that's state highway numbers, is that correct? Is that what you
Correct, yes.
testified to?
That's correct.
Okay.
Oh, I think that needs to be retested.
Tara Simpkins. So I have a quick question. Is there any data that shows approximately, and I don't know how to measure car length or whatever, but approximately how many cars, let's say the light is red, sitting at the top of Bethel on 140, coming down to the church driveway, approximately how many cars could that fit? If the light's red and, you know, just talking about church
You're
traffic
talking about,
coming out.
I'm just trying for clarification, you're talking about number of vehicles that can queue coming from which direction?
So we are coming out of the church driveway, making a left, going up to Bethel Road. So we're sitting at the Bethel Road intersection. And so considering from that point down to the church's driveway, approximately how many cars can fit in that, cars, trucks, you know, obviously we're looking at estimates. Family vehicle, SUV, let's say, would fit in that general vicinity if the light is red. Just all I'm looking is just.
Mr. Lenhart, can you answer that? If you can't,
I can give a rough estimate. It's 850 feet separation approximately between Route 140 and the driveway. Okay. 20 to 25 feet of queuing per vehicle. That would be somewhere between 35 and 40 vehicles. However, that could queue in there. However, that does not account for the fact that there are multiple lanes at the 140 intersection, and so you'd be able, each of those lanes can store vehicles within the lanes. That will be evaluated in detail at the time of the traffic impact analysis, though.
So then also, will then, with dealing with the traffic lights, then would also, because right now there is no turn signal light. It is a solid green to cross over cross over 140 to the other side of Bethel. So you have, so when you're going, everybody has to yield, and nobody does it correctly where you have to go and then make the left behind the cars that are turning. So will that be addressed too, to where a turn signal would have to be put in there, an arrow versus just continuously the solid green? Because otherwise you're gonna have, if you're having 300 cars possibly on that road, you're gonna have a backup of another 100 down Bethel Road.
That is something that will be evaluated within the traffic impact study. If that shows that turn arrows or additional phasing changes are needed at the intersection, then it would be implemented. If it shows that it's not needed, then it would not be implemented. But
I can't imagine it not being needed, because right
wait,
now there's already traffic.
Let me interrupt you.
Sure.
That is a question that will be answered when they submit a site plan.
Okay. I just want to put these in
And
our
State
head.
Highway Administration will weigh in on that. That's not a traffic engineer's decision. It's not the developers. That will be the State Highway Administration will weigh in on that, and they will make that determination at that point.
That helps, because that gives me more information of who else we need to speak to. So I appreciate that information. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Kim Piper. I want to know what the criteria is for the corner. How do they give them a C, B rating? How does that work? Because that corner has wrecks almost every single day. Not even just one wreck, multiple wrecks on every day.
The level of service is based upon the critical lane volume methodology. That's what's required in Chapter 5 of the design manual, the county design manual. It's what State Highway utilizes, and it's what the design manual states that adequacy is based upon. It's a very simplified planning analysis. At the time of site plan, when we go through the adequate public facilities test, there will be more detailed studies done using a more detailed methodology that looks at the turn signals, the phasing, the timing, and that will come up with any recommendations or adjustments that might be needed. Also, at that time, the county typically requires a crash analysis. State Highway maintains crash data. We don't have access to it. We can only get access to it if the county authorizes it, which they do through the site plan and APF process. And crash data would be evaluated at that time. If sometimes it may show that you have a left turn crash problem, and maybe they need to consider a left turn phasing arrow, a green arrow. So, you know, you put that in, and there's no conflicting movements when that green arrow's moving. That might be something that comes out of that analysis, but that would be done at that time.
Well, I'm asking, how was it? I mean, how did they get a C rating for a corner that gets wrecks all the time?
It's based
That-
upon.
and again, that is a state highway determination. That is not the developer, and we cannot answer that question. That needs to be directed to the State Highway Administration.
Okay.
Good afternoon. My name's John Hutchison, Hutchinson, retired BG worker. I live at 2013 Bethel Road. My question is, for any upcoming traffic studies, will the commercial property at 2002 be taken into consideration? Because it's probably only leased at 50% now. If that was at full lease with businesses there, which now we have 18-wheeler traffic there all the time, and I hear the expansion of American Millwright in that building, well, that will add to the traffic, especially during the weekdays.
When the traffic impact study's performed, the county will provide us with details on what developments should be included as background in the traffic study. Usually, they will identify approved but unbuilt background developments that are required to be included, their traffic from those developments included in the study.
So again, that'll happen as a site plan, in the site plan process.
Okay, thank you.
Okay?
Hi, Patty Kilchenstein. Can you please explain how it was determined that there's not an adverse impact to the residents whose backyards align with the access road when there's going to be 50-plus cars on a Sunday going down, you know, to go in and out of the church?
The requirement.
Wait, state the microphone.
Yeah, sorry.
No, I'm just talking to her.
Oh, okay. The requirement is not that the site generates no traffic. The requirement is not to have an adverse impact over state as compared to another site within the same district. And so this site does not have an adverse impact when you compare it to other sites within the same district. It will generate some traffic. That it's going to have to go through the APF test. It's going to have to pass that. If it needs improvements to do so, it will have to provide those improvements. But, you know, again, I don't want to confuse generating some traffic with an impact, or with an adverse impact. They're two different things. Did I state that correctly? Okay.
Do they take into consideration when, again, the backyard is adjacent to the access road, animals, children?
Well, I mean, the site is going to have, you know, defined drive aisle and parking lot, and so I would expect everything to occur on the site within the delineated areas.
We're gonna take a 5-minute break right now. We're going to call the BZA hearing back to order. There was someone, yes, in the green shirt. But let me make an announcement before we get started. It is extremely important that you speak into the microphones. Mr. Dixon is not here. He has a court date that he has to go to this afternoon. So the official record is going to be the recording, so the minutes will be taken from that. So it's not going to be his notes. Nobody else is taking notes. So make sure that you are very clear when you speak into the microphone. And one of our board members had a prior commitment, and he's not here. So we're down to 4 without legal counsel. So, Mr. Lizarriaga, that was not meant to be humorous.
My apologies.
So with that, let's go ahead and take up where we left off.
Okay, my name is William Weinbrenner. I live on 1120 Corky Drive. My question is...
Wait a minute, spell for the record slowly your last name.
Okay, Weinbrenner, W-I-N-E, B as in boy, R-U-N-N-E-R.
Thank you very much.
I didn't clearly hear how many cars that they expected to come in on Sunday. I'm assuming, I think I heard 35 to 50.
No, it would be 249 entering vehicles, 260 exiting vehicles.
Okay, then my question's, he's taking care of it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Schisler.
Yes, good day. So quick question. You had said that it would not negatively impact pedestrian traffic. Being that I live right here and the church is right there and that I see pedestrians walking all the time down this road, could he please explain why he believes that it would not negatively impact pedestrian traffic?
Can you answer that?
I mean, I don't know. I can't say that I know that there's people walking in the roads. I've heard people say that. I heard somebody outside saying that they jog in the road. I mean, you know, if you're in the road, you're in the road. I don't.
So you do not know how you arrived at that?
Pardon?
You don't know how you arrived at that statement that it's not going to negatively impact pedestrians?
At this location in the Ag District, no more so than it would any other location in the Ag District. There is good sight distance. If someone were jogging in the road or walking in the road, again, there's good sight distance for it. And you know, it would be no different here than any other location.
Okay, could you please turn around and look at this to see the sight distance?
Go ahead and you can turn around and look at the
I'm
photograph,
sorry,
but that's not to scale.
This is a picture right next to me.
Sorry, I wasn't doing this.
Yeah. This picture, so my driveway is right here.
Okay.
So how is there good, if there's going to be cars coming through here, how is that a good sight distance?
Well,
I'm sure you're talking to the microphone.
Yeah, and what's your address again?
1924 Bethel Road.
All right,
so right here.
So and I'm going to address the board.
Sure,
now,
of course.
Thank you. So 1924 Bethel Road is the driveway that was just shown, and looking at that driveway, without being able to go into the driveway and actually measure the sight distance, it does look like that driveway has overgrown trees on both sides of the driveway that would block sight distance exiting that driveway. I would, I mean, if it were my driveway, I would trim those back so I could see.
So your evaluation, let me get this right, because this is based on your prior testimony, so I can
Yes.
maybe clear this up. Your testimony is that the site distances from the applicant's property is proper site distances according to the standards that you have to apply to.
That's correct. It exceeds the site
Okay.
distance requirements.
So that's when his determination, there's a misunderstanding. His determination was there's adequate site distance, and he's saying that there's adequate site distance from the entrance and exit from that property onto Bethel Road. So in other words, how many feet in each direction that is needed based on the speed limit on the road?
That's correct.
So it has to do with over verticals, curves, and other obstacles and that. So I'm just trying to explain that. I'm not testifying. I'm just trying to explain that so that
I
you have a
appreciate it.
better understanding, okay?
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions of Mr. Lenhart's testimony? Okay, very good. Mr. Luzuriaga, are you going to call another witness?
One brief and hopefully final witness in our case in chief. So I would call Victoria Curtis. Good afternoon, Ms. Curtis.
Hello.
Can you please state your full name, spell your last, and tell us your address?
Victoria Curtis, C-U-R-T-I-S, 1788 Lower 40 Drive in Hampstead, Maryland.
Okay. And Ms. Curtis, are you a member of the board of directors for the First Church of the Nazarene of Westminster Incorporated?
Yes, I am.
And that church currently owns the subject property, is that correct?
Yes, we do.
And the church is currently inside of a contract with CMFI for their purchase of the property, correct?
Yes.
And the First Church of the Nazarene of Westminster Incorporated is not only aware of, but supports the pending application, correct?
Absolutely.
Nothing further.
Okay, does anyone have any questions of Ms. Curtis's testimony? Okay, board members, I have one question.
Sure.
How long has the Church of the Nazarene owned this property?
At least 20 to 30 years.
Okay.
I became a member there 2017, and the property was purchased before I became a member there. So I would say early 2000s, maybe 1999-ish, somewhere in there.
Okay.
I have a question.
Mr. Colwell.
At the time that the Church of the Nazarene bought the property, were there any residential homes in that area?
You mean on the property now?
Or adjacent to the property?
Not that I'm aware of.
Thank you.
Any other questions, board members?
No.
Okay, very good.
Thank
Thank you
you.
very much. Mr. Curtis, Ms. Curtis is finished. Mr. Luzuriaga, any other witnesses?
Not unless it would be called in rebuttal. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Okay, now is the time that I promised you would come. Now is the opportunity. You don't have to ask anything in the form of a question. You can give your own testimony. So go ahead and go to the microphone and please identify yourself and give your own testimony about this application. Remember, name, address, occupation, and spell for the record your last name.
My name is Astrid Goldberg. Address 15 Rebecca Lane, Hanover, Pennsylvania, 17331. Spelling Goldberg, and I'm an attorney. I just want to testify that I've been a member at CMFI for over 3 years. And even though, yes, as Pastor Robinson has indicated that the church is the hands and feet of Jesus and therefore goes out into the community and tries to serve the community, I wanted to testify that it is based on my 3 years of getting to know the people there. Most of the congregants are professionals, they are attorneys, they are business owners, they are doctors, they are nurses, they are school teachers, they are professors. So there's a large congregation of all sorts of different professions. That's my testimony.
Okay, wait a minute, stay at the microphone. Does anyone in the audience have any questions of Ms. Goldberg's testimony? Board members, any questions? Oh, wait a minute, go ahead. No, go to the go to the microphone.
Yeah, I have a question for about the so-called residents that could be on the property. You bring in a lot of people that apparently have needs that are not normal in this area where church is being built. What is going to stop these people then from meandering through the neighborhood, being rural, people coming up through the back property that I don't know, I am not going to like coming around. And once before with people coming in there, we've had people from Hare Krishnas years ago walking around, knocking on doors. Is this church going to be out there kind of trying to get donations from the local area? I mean, we have our own local church just a quarter mile down the road.
I think it was testified too that.
So the question is, with these up to 2,000 residents, and I can't believe they're only going to be there on Sundays and Monday and whatever the other thing is, they're going to be there permanent for a while. What's going to keep them from migrating in through the neighborhood? And I mean, we're a rural area. We're not accustomed to people walking around. Usually if somebody's coming in your property from a way that they shouldn't, they're coming there to do no good.
Okay. Ms. Goldberg, can you answer that question, or you can't answer that question?
No, I cannot.
And I think it's already been testified to as to the mission of the church. And it's not going to be that there's, I'm getting into testimony, I'm going to wait. Any other questions, board members of Ms. Goldberg? Okay, very good. Thank you. Ms. Hyde.
Cindy Hyde, 1256 Nursery Manor, Finksburg, 21048. The lady that got up and spoke, his last witness, that is not true about the Church of the Nazarene. All of our houses were already there when that property was purchased. I don't agree with what is going on with this new church. The clientele, I looked it up, and he clearly says on his website that he goes to, he finds homeless, he finds drug addicts, he goes into the worst parts of jails to get people, he goes into the worst parts of Baltimore. I mean, this is just horrible for our community. I mean, for the amount of people that he says that he has now, and he's trying to get to the 1,000 people mark, why can't he just stay where the church is now? I mean, we're going to have to change traffic lights. I mean, we're going to be this community is going to be so affected. And, you know, the lawyer keeps saying, you know, well, this is the best place so far that we found. So that means that we're the unlucky ones. They looked other places to see what was a better fit, and this is the best fit. So that means that all of us are just the unlucky ones for the amount of money that we paid for our homes and what they're worth. This comes in, and they're not going to be worth anything.
Okay, stay there. Any questions of Ms. Hyde's testimony?
I do.
Mr. Caldwell.
There's somebody in the back, too.
Ms. Hyes, could you tell me when you bought your property there?
1999.
Thank
No,
you.
I'm sorry. I moved in on 9/11.
2001.
Yes. And there was houses there before mine. I was one of the last people to move there, to have my house built.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I think Ms. Curtis had a
I have a question. I didn't realize that she was through.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mr. Luzuriaga. I'm sorry.
Oh, there's another. Yeah, Ms. Curtis has a question, too.
Ms. Hyde, you moved into your property in 2001, is that correct?
That's correct.
At the time you moved in, were there 2 signs on the parcel that said future home of the Church of the Nazarene?
Said future home.
Thank you.
No, not when we moved in.
What year was the sign erected?
No, wait a minute, wait a minute. No, you're out of order. You're out of order.
So I don't know when the property went up for sale, but it wasn't there when I had bought my house. It came afterwards, because then we were all worried that you know, a church was going to be built up there, and we fought that.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Schisler, could you go ahead and go to the back of the line, in back of that young lady with the cane?
My name is Betty Miller. I live at 2119 Woodview Road in Finksburg. And I would like to know the pastor's background as far as servicing these people. Now, if you go to Westminster, you will find there are plenty of resources for people who are homeless, who have drug problems, alcohol problems, and more underprivileged than you wouldn't find anybody in Finksburg. So I would really like to know what his background is for servicing these people.
Well, Ms. Miller, this is not the time for questions. This is the time for your own testimony.
Well, this is well, if you want testimony, I've been on Woodview Road for 55 years, and I am looking out for the future children coming up in the area, and it's been a beautiful place to live. And I am glad that my children had the chance to enjoy the country life without any interruptions as far as traffic, people roaming around, and I think it should stay that way. Thank you.
Thank you. Wait a minute, Ms. Miller. Wait a minute, Ms. Miller. Are there any questions of Ms. Miller's testimony? Okay, seeing none, you can have a seat. Thank you. Mr. Schisler.
First, I'd like to thank you for this public forum and for being allowed to speak more than once. I'd like to thank you, Pastor, for your work with the underprivileged people. I know that there are a lot in Westminster. It is a need that we all have, and that we care deeply about that. I appreciate that very much. I do understand that most of the problem is in Westminster, not in Finksburg. I think when I speak for most of us that it would be better if you stayed where the need was than coming out into our area. So we all moved out to agricultural land because that's where we wanted to raise our children in that kind of environment without a lot of cars, without a lot of hustle and bustle. If we wanted that, we would not be living where we are. We don't appreciate trying to come in and change that upon all of us. It is not consistent with the residents and with the community. One of the other things that I find that is inconsistent is on the website, it talks about building an army for the end times. That is alarming and concerning, I believe, to all of us. So the traffic study that was being done for Friday studies, Mr. Learnhardt, that was based off of 29% of the parking spots being filled. I would imagine that they have better growth than 29%. So I think that we would have to at least double everything that we have heard to get within a reasonable idea of how many cars we're talking about here. As a person who lives there, who walks these roads, I'm also an avid runner, so I jog up and down these roads multiple times a week. There already is some issues with public safety. There are times that my kids and I have to wait for the cars when we're trying to walk to the Royal Farms. That if all these hundreds of cars are coming in and out of here, yes, it would negatively impact pedestrian safety. One of the other things that was stated was some of the stuff on the website was inaccurate and old. That website was created in February of 23, so it's barely a year old. So I appreciate all the time. Does anybody have any questions for me?
Any questions of Mr. Schisler? Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you again.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Elizabeth Fondong, the wife of Pastor Rob.
And could you speak up and spell for the record your last name again?
My name is Elizabeth Fondong, Fondong. I'm wife to Pastor Robinson, married for 20 years. So I just want to thank everybody for coming up and giving all your concerns, and especially for the board for listening. Some of the things that we do as a church may not be very familiar to you, but it's Bible-based. And the Word of God says in Matthew 4, I was hungry and you gave me no food. I was thirsty, you didn't give me drink. I was a stranger, you did not visit me, you did not clothe me. I was in prison and you did not. So it's based on these things that we gather as a church. And the word army is also something based from the Word of God, where God says he is the captain of the host. So an army is just training the mindset rather than using physical weapons. The Bible says that the weapons of our warfare are not carnal, they are mighty through God. So it's not physical weapons as people, as you may think. It's hard in a meeting like this to explain every word from a website or church that has been there for so many years, because everything that is from that website or the church, wordings like army, priest, kings are all Bible-based. And that's what we do. We are pastors. So I just wanted to say that some of the things may not be looks so strange, and our desire to reach out to the community, we're drawn to that land. When we started praying, God gave us a place, was the home of the Church of the Nazarene, had already planned to build on there. So it wasn't, we're not bringing like something new from what their project was. So I just want to thank everybody for considering that we as a church, we are looking forward to the peace of everybody. It's even though we're looking forward to the homeless, we're not going to have anybody residing on the property. I heard someone talking about residents and stuff. That's not what we do. That's not what we do. And secondly, it will not be, we desire for everyone to be comfortable. Whatever is said here, we know that changes are made to make sure that the residents have their safest and most peaceful, because that's what the church is about. He came to give us peace, and that's what we are about as a church. Thank you very much.
Wait. Questions. Can you go to the mic? Could you go to the microphone here at the table and ask your question?
You're talking about the priests and the army and all that. I'm born and raised Catholic. A priest is a Catholic religion. I know many religions. I'm very educated on religions. I've never heard of the wording that your website says.
Have you don't look it up in the Bible? Have you tried looking it up if it exists in the Word?
Your Bible is not the same Bible, I don't think, as
really?
these people in the community.
Revelation 1 is a Catholic Bible.
Wait a minute. Wait. We are here. The applicant has applied for conditional use for religious establishment. And we're not going to have religious discussions here. It's a religious establishment. They're already existing, and we're not going to get into a philosophical discussion on religions. So I want to make that perfectly clear. You said you were raised a Catholic. There are people in this room that probably don't think that's the right doctrine. I'm saying that, I'm not putting you down. I just want you to make sure that you go out of here and you realize that there is one Bible, and that's what they say, that's what they've testified that their church is based on. So I just want to say, we're not going to have any more theological discussions here, okay?
I understand that, but she did just get up and and start speaking in all those terms about what the Bible says. That's her Bible.
Okay, any other questions of her testimony? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ms. Curtis?
Yes, I'm kind of short, so I don't know how to lower it. Thank you. I want to stand corrected. I contacted our church. We purchased the property in 2002. I think I said between 2020 to whatever. I was in that time frame. I would like to explain why we did not build on that land. When we purchased that land, Westminster Church was busting at the seams. Busting at the seams, and that's why we purchased that land. Since then, we had a pastor that quit. When pastors leave, people leave. The numbers dwindled down. We no longer needed that property. That property sat for 20-some years, give or take, whatever it was. It has sat there with a sign that has said Future Church of the Westminster Church of the Nazarene for 20-some years. We rented that property to a forest company that planted trees. Off the top of my head, I do not know the name of the company. They, after so many years, we would have to renew a contract. This was brought up to the church board about 4 years ago when I was on the church board, and we decided then that, you know what, we will renew one more year. We renewed one more year. We are now a congregation of 12. We do not need that property for 12 people in our congregation. We decided 2 years ago that we would not renew that contract with that company, that we were ready to sell that property to let somebody else use it. It's just sitting there. That is why we never built on that property, was because pastors left, numbers dwindled, and we no longer needed it. So we put the property up for sale. I just wanted to let you all know that we understand times change, things change, people change, and change is hard. We understand that.
Are we allowed to ask how much it's being sold for?
I'm going to object to that question.
No, it's not relevant.
Thank you.
It'll be part of the public record eventually. Okay, Mr. Chisler, you have a question? Go ahead.
Yes.
Speak into the microphone, please.
Yes, I will, of course. Thank you. I'm used to this now. Okay. So it said, so the sign that was there when I bought my house said Future Home of the Nazarene. I've been to Nazarene churches. They're normal churches. They're not mega centers. They're not 2,000-seat people. They're not huge, massive parking lots. Were you guys planning on building a mega center with what you're considering the overflow from Westminster Church and from a dwindling congregation? Because I think this is completely different than what that sign said across the street from me. We all love Carrollton Church, and if it was something small like Carrollton Church, or like a normal Church of the Nazarene, like the one where my daughter used to go to preschool, I don't believe any of us would have a problem with that.
It's my understanding that at the time when they purchased the property, there were 150 to approximately 200 people there, and we were busting at the seams. They were probably planning on maybe at least another 100, maybe 50. I have no idea. That was way before my time. I did not start attending that church until 2017. So therefore, to answer your question properly, I feel that maybe another 100 people, maybe 300 people. The biggest church, Nazarene church I know of, I attended there, and it's in Ellicott City, and it holds at least 800 people now, and it's Crossroads Church of the Nazarene.
Wait a minute, any other questions of Ms. Curtis's testimony? Okay, thank you. Thank you for the clarification on the exact date. Okay, name, address, occupation, and spell for the record your last name.
My name is Josiah Powell. I live at 2606 Gage Court, Apartment C, Baltimore, Maryland, 21209. I am a
Spell for the record your last name.
last name Powell.
Okay, very good.
Government contractor. I've been a member of CMFI for over 3.5 years, and I wanted to share a few comments and sentiments concerning the vision and the heart behind the building project of CMFI with the community and local residents. We, as a church, don't have any desire to cause a stir or a disturbance to the local community at all. We believe, and even our lead pastors live very close, and they live in similar environments as the local community on Bethel Road. And we have a vision to house not just a place of worship and prayer, but also a place where we can be I'll use the term benefit to the community without being a disturbance, meaning that whether it's our worship services, our times of prayer, or whatever gathering may be taking place within a Friday or Sunday, we mean to house those without noise disturbances and as little traffic influxions as possible. We, not just through our construction, but also through means of our interior building, we mean to be a place that's conditioned to be understanding of the local community in terms of sound level and spacing and distance, so that even when we are in church, when we are having our worship gatherings, it won't be an audible disturbance to you in your day-to-day life. And so that's the one big sentiment that I wanted to share. Second was I wanted to speak to, I believe it was one of the community members, they shared a concern as to why we needed to move out of Westminster city lines. Essentially, the whole vision is that, like as our pastor had spoken in his opening statements, our building has become increasingly too small for our community, and we wanted to still be at least close enough to where we're able to actively affect the Westminster community as much as possible, and yet still have room to grow. So hopefully that speaks to some of the concerns. And thank you.
Okay. Questions of Mr. Powell's testimony? Whoa, wait, microphone.
You're outgrowing your church now. How many people do you have? How many members right now that actively go there?
On a given Sunday, it's about 150 to 200.
That was testified to by earlier. Ms. Ford Mount.
Mr. Powell, do you happen to know how much of your congregation is from Carroll County?
By percentage number, I don't. I would say that it's, I don't have an exact number, so I can't answer that.
But would you say the majority is?
Yes. I don't have an exact number, but based off of maybe a perception.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you for your testimony.
Okay, I'm Audrey Levacy again. And my thing is, when we moved in, we bought our property in 2000. Well, we bought it in 1999, and it was finished in 2000. And the sign for First Church of Nazarene was not up. They did not purchase it then, because I remember when the property came up, and I begged my husband to buy it. So that's why we moved out there, was for this open space and to have. And we didn't complain about First Church of Nazarene because I don't even know that they had 200 people there. My husband, often these church members came and cut that grass because it's butted up against my property. And my husband helped him, this one guy, because his tractor kept breaking down, he would help him cut the grass. So the projection for this church that they were going to build was nothing like what is being projected now. So we did not complain. We were good neighbors. As I said, my husband helped him cut the grass. They had small church get-togethers in a big circle. They had a big fire ring up there. My husband went up and talked to them. I mean, the projection was nothing as to what it is now. And so we did not complain. We were good neighbors, and so for it to be said that the sign was put up and we knew, you know, like, why do we, that's totally not so. I would like to keep quiet. I enjoy my quiet. 24 years.
Okay, wait a minute, Liv, say, go back to the microphone. You're not done. Anyone have any questions of her testimony? Okay, now you can have a seat.
And I apologize for speaking up, but I only spoke because she moved in after me. When I was trying to help her with numbers.
Oh, okay, that's okay. Okay, name, address, occupation, spell for the record.
This is my second time up.
Oh,
My name is Stephen Quinn. I asked a question earlier.
Oh, yeah, you're Mr. Quinn.
I am
Okay,
Mr. Quinn.
sorry.
Yes, I'm Stephen Quinn, and my information is in the record. My testimony is centered around 2 points, 2 areas of discrepancy. When I asked a question of the pastor earlier, I was told that the locations of CMFI are basically a location in Cameroon and Carroll County. I got the impression that that was just about it. However, on the cmfi.org website, the contact us information states a P.O. Box in Indianapolis, Indiana. So I just find it a bit troubling that the linkage there was left out of the pastor's testimony. That's my first point. My second point regards the, again, the vision that's stated on the current website for Give and Build, their website to raise money for this project. If I may, I would just like to briefly read the 5 main points, and I'll ask the chair to give me some indulgence because I'm not going to argue the points. I'm just going to point out a discrepancy. It says, to build the next generation to serve as kings and priests, build nations unto righteousness, build an end-time army to demonstrate the power of God, build communities through the establishment of healthy marriages, build care centers for widows, orphans, and the underprivileged. The discrepancy I would like to point out is that the pastor's testimony, when asked what his church is all about, only came close to addressing the underprivileged, one word in the final point of all of these things. I find that discrepancy troubling in that the verbal testimony does not seem to nearly match the written text testimony. I am also aware, I've been here the whole time, that these words came from the Bible. That is an explanation that I've heard. I'm also aware that I've heard that the website is old or the vision is old. I have to state that to have this text be your front-facing information for the public and then come here and say something different is at minimum irresponsible. To expect the community to accept you while using this language then to arrive here and use completely different points, for me, it calls a lot of this testimony into question. Those are my points. I'll take your questions.
Okay, any questions of Mr. Quinn? Any questions of Mr. Quinn's testimony?
Pastor.
He was cut off. Board members?
No.
Thank you, Mr. Quinn.
Thank you.
Ms. Huff?
Yes, my name is Donna Huff. My concerns mostly are the fact that this is butting up against our property, which is in land preservation. The fact that there is a waterway down at the bottom of the hill that feeds into another waterway. That the fact of Royal Farms being there along Bethel Road and the curve, that road is so narrow right there that it's very unsafe right now, and the fact that you're going to put that much more traffic there is going to be a death trap. It's just unbelievable how that no one can see that death trap standing right there in front of them.
Okay, any questions of Ms. Huff's testimony? Thank you.
Bill Weinbrenner again, or William Weinbrenner, I on the record before. Just a couple statements. One, the area that we're in has a lot of old-time family there. The Huffs are one. My wife's family is one. Her grandfather, who owned a farm that our land it didn't come off of it, but came from another property that abutted that. He died in 1989, and he was 100 years old. So you have family there that have been there a long time. And talking with them, one of the biggest concerns that we have is busing in people. I mean, they said they have buses. We've seen other churches crop up, these quick churches, and sometimes they've had issues, sometimes they don't. You have that mega church down there out of Finksburg, but the property's opening off of a main highway. The entrance is a main highway. They bus a lot of people in and out. I cannot believe that we're only going to have a couple hundred people there and building housing for 2,000, up to 2,000, and they're only going to use that for a couple days, a week at the most. You know, this to me sounds like with this neighborhood that it's going to be totally interrupted. It's going to be disrupted like crazy. I just cannot believe that the people that come there, and I say they're going to end up spending weeks or months at the complex once it's fully there, are not going to be filtering in through the neighborhood. We don't need problems of potential drug addicts coming in. Granted, the church is going to do a great service trying to help these people. But there are locations that should be found in the areas that these people are bused from. I mean, we don't need people bused from outside the county. We don't need people bused from way over, from other areas of the county brought into our neighborhoods. You know, we have a church there on Bethel Road. I happen to go there. I was raised Catholic. My kids were raised Catholic. Family I'm married into, my wife lives within 1,500 feet of where she's ever lived in her life. There on Bethel Road. I'm not from Carroll County, but we moved there in '77. This busing thing, no. You know, if it's local community, serving local people, what do you need buses for? And then why do you need 2,000? I'm assuming it's like a hotel thing. You got rooms people stay in. If you're local people and you're dealing with locals, why do you need to house them there? And bringing all that into that community. And I will agree with the sight line up at the gas station. You come there, there's a stone wall that is right at the edge of the road. You pop around there, and if you're not paying attention 100%, you're going to clip somebody coming out of the gas station. Coming out of the gas station to turn to go back down that road, you have clear sight to 140, no question. You turn there, you can turn there, take one quick look back at 140 and go to pull out. You almost have somebody T-boning you coming up 140. And they don't have to be coming fast. That sight line, I don't care what anybody said, might have nice sight line from where his driveway is going to be, but all that traffic's got to go in and out that corner. And did any of their studies show how much traffic goes in and out of that gas station? Sundays, hey, people coming up and down, going to churches in Westminster, going to ours. Ours is a small church, so it's no big deal. They go in and out of that gas station. Sunday's one of the busiest days in that gas station. People coming in and out of that same area that I tell you that, man, when you come up Bethel Road to go to 140, you better be paying attention when you come around that stone wall. That's all I have. You know, it's going to impact it, and I think it's going to be negative, and I don't think we need people bust in from outside the area, especially people that have problems. People in that area, they've got their own problems. They've got kids that might have problems. We don't need stuff coming in and potentially influencing. Oh, they'll say, no, they're going to stay on the property and that. It ain't going to happen. In real life, it ain't going to happen. They're going to get out. And like I said, you know, it's a rural area. People are very protective of their property. And people start walking up out of field that aren't invited there. It's not a good situation. That's all I have. Thank you.
Wait a minute. Any questions of his testimony? Thank you.
Hello, Board. My name is Catherine Turnbull, Turnbaugh. I live at 2057 Bethel Road. I have a few concerns. I'll just state them. I'll come back for the other meetings that we're having. Biggest concern right now is on that plat, it says
Could you move a little bit closer to the
The
microphone?
biggest concern I have is on this drawing here. It says Miracle Center. I don't know how that plays into what I've been hearing that the church's mission is. It was stated that on Friday night, 90% of the services are televised, and they only have around 20 or 40 attendees. Why do we need 25 acres for a small congregation like that? I'm getting different numbers being spoken as to attendance and services, so I'm a little confused about that, and I would like that explained to me what Miracle Center means. If anybody can. Now, never, no, come back to another meeting. Why isn't it just a church name? Why does it say Miracle Center? No answer.
I don't know.
Crickets.
Ma'am, I'll answer you at the moment. The appropriate procedure for this is to have the pastor testify again after all of the public comments have come. So he's going to address each of your questions.
Does that mean today, after we're done?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so that was the other. My other concern is there was no mention of how long the building is going to take. It's going to be a huge disruption. Traffic, noise, and all that stuff. That's a big concern of mine. It's a burg. It's called Finksburg. It's bucolic. It's farmland. This is a big intrusion. I don't know what that Church of the Nazarene, that sign's been there forever, and every time I went by, I'm like, thank God they haven't built anything here yet. I resent it. My house was built in 1956, and it's all farmland back there. I'm just saying, as a taxpayer of Cowley County, I resent this. Thank you.
Okay, any questions of Ms. Turnbull's testimony? Okay, anyone else? Ms. Miller, can somebody help her with the microphone? Oh, there we go. Good deal.
No, I just have testimony of the traffic there at Royal Farms. I live 9/10 of a mile from 140, back off Woodview Road. And I have approached that wall. And if you don't slow down and you have your eye on that driveway at Royal Farms, you can get T-boned, because I have had people starting to pull out. As a matter of fact, one morning I was going to church and I approached that driveway into Royal Farms, and there was a state trooper wanting to come out. There was no lights, no sirens, so I continued on. And I went westbound on 140. She pulled out, she got in back of me. I pulled into the left lane. She pulled into the left lane and followed me. I turned, made a left on Market Street to go over to the old road. She followed me. When I made a right to go on to Main Street and the rest of the old road, she made a left. So that is a very, very dangerous. They should, if anything, have a stop sign there at that driveway, because people will pull out on you. It's very, very dangerous. And that's my testimony.
Any questions of Ms. Miller's testimony? Thank you very much.
Sure.
Anyone else? Okay, Mr. Lazuriaga, you want to call back your witness?
Yes, I'm going to have Pastor Bishop Fondong, and if the board is open to it, my question to him is going to be, Pastor Fondong, is there anything that's been asked or commented by the community that you wish to respond to?
Yes, please. Well, the first is the fact that I live 3 minutes away from where the church will be. Personally, I will be impacted. I have 4 very young children. I'm bringing up children. Most of the members of our church are parents. I mean, if you come to during our children program, you will be amazed how many. They are young people. They are committed people, and as Dr. Astrite said, the lawyer who is a member of our church, we have all type of people. We don't have drug addicts in our church. They are not in the church. We minister to people. They get transformed, and then we bring them to church. We don't bring people in our church that can affect our children. Somebody mentioned about sex offenders. We don't have sex offenders. In 21 years, we have not had one sex offender in our church. We don't believe, we have children to protect. We have little girls. We have children that we must protect. So, and we are a local church that, for example, when they mentioned about the issue of the fact that my testimony was not correct, I was answering the question they asked me. I cannot go here and explain every doctrine that is in our website. There's a difference between doctrine and what we believe. If we say we believe in feeding the poor or an army, a last-day army, it is building people who are radical with their faith, who believe the Lord, and who are ready to serve. Authentic Christianity. People who are very honest in government, honest with what they do. Just training people how to be righteous. That's all. It's not, and to go to our website to explain everything here, I didn't do that. I didn't have to do that. I was answering the question that they asked me. The second thing I want to mention is that when he asked me the question about the headquarters, he did not ask me, he did not say, where is CMFI? CMFI is in 70 nations. I don't even know some of the places where they are. They are all over the United States. At least I know the people in the United States, but it's in many nations. He asked me about Carroll County and where it started. He did not say, tell me all about CMFI. I would have done it. If you asked that question, I would have done it. So I didn't hide anything. CMFI is found. You can go to websites and find many CMFI churches. We have planted other churches, because we believe in Carroll County, we have churches in other places. Let's say when we minister to people in the Baltimore area, we have, for example, we have 4 churches. Those churches are in those localities. We don't transfer the people here as he's saying. For example, we have a church in Bowie. We have a church in Bowie. We have a church in Mercersburg, Pennsylvania. We have a church in they call it Annapolis. Yes, we're close to Annapolis, Upper Marlboro. So those churches are planted there. They are not. We don't bring the people here because we need them to evangelize and minister to the people dead. So in Westminster and in Carroll County, we concentrate in ministering to the people of Carroll County. We have people who come out of Westminster for worship, like what he testified, but generally, most of our people and our vision is to minister to the people of Westminster. So, the people of Carroll County. So, just to answer the last question about the various people coming, maybe they misunderstood my statement about our church is not just full of drug addicts or people who are, our church are full of responsible people. I think, without exaggerating, 70% of our church have either a degree or a master's degree. They are well-educated people. What I'm saying is that our goal is to make an impact in our society by ministering to people who may not easily receive ministry. That's our goal. Our goal is, but the majority of our church members are very educated. They are lawyers, they are doctors, they are nurses, they are, all type of people are in our church who are members of the society. The reason why we stopped using our van is because we didn't need it anymore. Nobody will enter the van because everybody bought their cars. The transformation that we talked about is to get the people to become members of the society so that they don't become dependent on the society. That's our strategy. Get them to become members, contributing members of the society. That's the goal. So when we talk about transforming people as an end-time army, that's the goal. We train them to get a job. We train them to be responsible members of the society. That's why we don't have homeless people in our church anymore. There are no more homeless. So just to bring, at least to answer their concern. I don't know if I answer all their concern.
Everything that you wanted to respond to, is there anything else you feel that you've adequately done it? I'm not asking you to provide new information. I'm saying to respond to the inquiries of the public.
Yes. No, I just want to, just to add the fact that I answered the question they gave me. So to say that I came and gave a false statement is totally very wrong. I did not give any false statement. I answered the exact question that they asked me. If you ask me about CMFI worldwide, I will have told you wherever, what question you're answering, they are found in 70 nations. So it's not because I kept something away. I can't explain all our doctrine here. All the details from the website is doctrinal issues. The thing that concern people is what I mentioned, what we do in the society. But the doctrinal issues about the last day army, training people to be responsible people, those are things that we believe in.
I don't have further questions for the witness.
Okay.
I have a question. Oh, Tim's back.
Mr. Dixon.
I don't know if that's a good sign or a bad sign.
Does anyone in the audience have any questions of the pastor's comments?
I have a question.
Okay. Ms. Ford Mount.
Could you speak to the Miracle Center? Why that name, and what is your vision for that?
Yes, Miracle Center still reveal what we talked about, the transformation. Because we have seen miracles of people who were literally dying in drugs or dying in, some people had bad marriages, their marriages was forever transformed. Some people were struggling with their relationship was forever transformed. And people who, I just mentioned the case of one of our leaders in the church. He's not here today. He was a drug addict for about 21 years. But he has been clean for about 18 years. So the issue of miracle is that just to explain the fact that God is a miracle God. He gives you the second chance. He changes your life. He transforms your life. That's why our church is more of, we call it Miracle Center because CMFI, Christian Missionary Fellowship, is too long and cumbersome. So we felt that we should change it, and it's happening everywhere among the CMFI churches because it's too long. See, people even forget the name, the Christian Missionary Fellowship International. My God, it's too much. So we are moving the name, changing it to CMFI Miracle Center, or just Miracle Center.
And could you also speak, it is not your goal to house people there?
No. We are not making a hotel. It's not a hotel, it's a church. We are planning to have there's a local church that is a blessing to the community. Because, believe it, where we are now, we have blessed our community. And the people of the community love us. We have not had one scandal in 21 years. So God has been so good to us, and God has been so gracious to us. So I don't see that most of the things they are raising here will not be a problem. I just mentioned to one of them, I said, when we get there, you will like us. We are very friendly. We are not enemies. We are people we are parents. We have children just like you. And we love the Lord, and we are ready to serve.
Thank you.
Go to the microphone.
Oh, come on. They had their turn already, didn't they?
In kind of my research, I read where Pastor Fondong worked with the Carroll County Sheriff's Department. And in that capacity, are you still reaching out to those? Because the thing that was quoted there was that you walked through the worst part of the jail, and a person there that was in there that had killed his girlfriend said to you, I can tell that you're a man of God. And you said, yes, I am. And you asked him, how do you know? And he said, well, I'm a Satanist. And is that still part of your recruitment of followers? Are you still looking at, I mean, that's kind of scary.
I'm going to object to the form of the question.
Okay.
If the question is, do you minister inside of a jail?
Yes.
I think that's appropriate. But
Okay.
to suggest that he is soliciting followers, I find offensive.
And that's not what he testified to. So if you want to answer the question in that context.
Yes, the story he's talking about was a story that I was working at the sheriff's office. And as an officer, I got into the sheriff's office. And there was a guy that was arrested for murder from Virginia. So as I was passing, this guy has never met me before. As I was passing, the guy called me. He said, sir, I just want to ask you a question. I said, yes, what is the question? He said, my question is, what do you know about demons? So I said, well, the Bible talks about demons and the rest. Then I said, but how did you know about me? Then he told me when he saw me passing, the demons in him told him that I'm a servant of God. So I said, wow, yes. I said, yes, I'm a servant of God. I'm a pastor, but my church is just about 5 or 10 members at a time, and this is my job now. I'm an officer here. So that's all we talked about. And then after that, I left. So that story came up because I was explaining the fact that I was shocked that this guy recognized me. He has never seen me before, but he was able to recognize that I'm a servant of God. So it was an experience. Since I left the sheriff's office, I've never been there again. I don't go there to preach. I'm not one of the chaplains. So to answer your question, I've not been in the sheriff's office maybe for 18 years.
Okay, Ms. Hyde.
Okay, thank you. So I didn't realize that she was going to bring that up because I was going to bring that up also. But Mr. Fondong said that we're taking what he said here wrong. We're not, because we've read what he's wrote on his website. And it's contradictive.
Don't think
Where
that's a
he goes
question.
and gets the people for his
Yeah,
congregation.
and what's the question? This is,
I'm saying, he just sat here and said that he thinks that we all were taking what he said, wrong. Of where he gets his people. And from what he said here today. And that's not true. It's what he said on his website. Of where he gets his people.
Mr. Chair, I believe this is testimony.
I'm going to review what the testimony was. The testimony was that he has a church that has an outreach to the people that are unchurched. And he doesn't recruit members there. He ministers to these people. That's what he testified to.
Well,
And so it's not a recruitment of people from the jail or from homeless shelters.
have you read his website?
No, I haven't. I listened to the testimony today, and that's what I'm got to base my decision on here today.
Okay, well, sir, what I'm saying is it's two totally different stories.
Okay. Any questions?
No questions.
Thank you very much. Okay, presentation of testimony and evidence is now closed and summations are in order. Mr. Lazuriaga.
Thank you, members of the board, for your time and attention this afternoon. I'm going to do my best to be brief. I know the members of the board here are somewhat familiar with me on a professional level and maybe even a personal level to a degree. I know everybody in the audience that I'm not making any friends with today certainly is not. I want to convey to those in the audience who have expressed their concern today, not only am I a Carroll County native, I'm 41 years old. The only time I've lived outside of the county is when I was in law school or college. I grew up on a 40-acre farm in Silver Run, and I presently live on a 3-acre parcel in Finksburg that is accessed by Bethel, Sandy Mount, and Reese Roads. So I am not here today as somebody who is just employed for compensation by the applicant. I firsthand experience and live everything that has been complained of here today by the residents. And I should probably bite my tongue on this, but I'm sorry I'm not going to be able to. If you can see a Royal Farms from your property, you do not live in the country. You live in the ag zone, but you do not live in the country. What you've heard here today is objectively undisturbed or unchallenged evidence that this use at this location meets or exceeds every single requirement by the code. That alone is your task, unless you are convinced that this use at this location causes adverse effects above and beyond those associated with a church anywhere else in the entire agricultural zone. This is presumed to be an appropriate use. Yes, there is a long and rigorous site plan process to come where all of these details will be considered. But the use, the classification, the petitioner has made its case. There has not been, I think, even one question that brings into question the design or the distances or the sizes or everything that this board is here to challenge today. And most respectfully, this board sees it all the time. I think that what most people conflate with agricultural zoning is that there can't be anything that isn't possibly a farming operation on those properties. Of course, that's not how it works. That's how you got your house there. That's how your neighbor can have his contractor's equipment storage yard there. The zone and the code permit for it. The questions that I've heard here today are frankly, to me, offensive, that why can't this church stay where it is? We would be okay with a normal church. I can't believe some of those things are said in this day and age. Maybe they're not taken in the way that the questions are asked, but the objective point of it here is today that this application has met or exceeded every standard. And the applicants, once settling on this property, are entitled to this use. And I ask that you grant the conditional use approval.
Okay, the hearing and record of this case is now closed in accordance with the Open Meetings Act of Maryland. The board will now consider the case. Who wants to go first?
I'll go first. Thank you, everybody, for your testimony today. My thoughts are that this clearly meets the Schultz versus Pritz standard. I did not hear any testimony today that did anything to dispute that. It's consistent with planning. It's consistent with what zoning permits in the zoning classification with a conditional use. I heard concerns about traffic, but I didn't hear anything that refuted the traffic study that was performed, or not, the traffic statement that was presented by the applicant. I heard some questions about the occupancy of this building. It was testified to that it was going to be 1,000 people, that the church was being designed for 1,000 people. I heard a lot of the residents throw out the number 2,000 people, which was never testified to. So there seems to be a lot of confusion and perhaps a lot of statements that were made that were not accurate based on the testimony that was provided today in support of this use. So I'm ready to vote in favor of this use at this location. I can't imagine that there is another location within the ag zone that has better access to major highways than this one does. Recognizing that you're going to access it off of Bethel Road, but 140 is right there. So I think it's a great location, and I understand that the neighbors like seeing this vacant lot, but it's in the ag zone. I mean, somebody could come in there and start farming tomorrow and be running an ag operation 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, which would create a lot more issues, I think, than what this church is going to cause for you, if it in fact causes any, which was not demonstrated with any of the testimony. Sorry for being so long-winded.
That's okay. Who wants to go next? Mr.
I'll go
Caldwell?
next, yes. According to the code, you could have, in that location, a daycare center, nursery school, you could have a private school, you could have a commercial wood processing place, a research labs conducting bioscience research. You could have a slaughterhouse. You could have a winery. You could have a contractor's equipment storage yard, liquid or dry fertilizer storage. There's all kinds of things that can operate in this zoning area. Looking at this, a religious establishment is clearly contained in the code as a conditional use. I think they've demonstrated that they do meet those standards, and I agree with my colleague that it should go forward.
I'll be quick. I think the code allows it. I would make two suggestions. I would suggest that everyone goes to the other meetings to keep themselves informed so that they know what's happening. I would also suggest that you can see that the community currently does not support it. So I would hope the suggestion would be to try to build that relationship and work together as a community, because it is allowed. It is allowed. And there are things that would be tremendously worse that are allowed in that zone. So I agree that it can move forward and should move forward.
Okay, so what we had before us today was, and I've said this a couple of times, was a request for a conditional use for a religious establishment. And Mr. Luzuriaga, in his opening comments, referred to Schultz v. Pritz without referring to Schultz v. Pritz. And our charge as a Board of Zoning Appeals is to determine whether this religious establishment at this location will generate adverse effects above and beyond those normally associated with such a use at any location in that zone. So any ag zone property. And I didn't hear any testimony where it would be any worse at this location than it would be at any other location in the ag zone. That's what we're tasked with. If we make a decision that's not legal, it can be appealed. It can be appealed even if it is legal. This case, in my opinion, would be overturned in a heartbeat if we said no in the circuit court. We do not make the zoning regulations. We don't, Schultz v. Pritz is settled case law. And that's what we have to go by. And I didn't see where anything in Schultz v. Pritz would enable us to say no to this conditional use of a religious establishment in the ag district. So with that, board members, do we have a motion?
I can put one together if you want.
Okay.
In case number 6515, that the board approve the request for conditional use for a religious establishment in accordance with ordinance 158.002 and 158.071.01.
Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
So it's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor, aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Motion carries. Our oral decision will become final upon a written decision which will be issued within 30 days unless otherwise extended by this board. The board's decision may be appealed by filing a petition for judicial review with the clerk of the Circuit Court of Carroll County in accordance with the provisions of Chapter 200, Title 7 of the Maryland Rules of Procedure. The appeal must be filed within 30 days of the date of this board's written decision. Thank you very much, and this hearing is adjourned.
Thank you for your time.
There's a July 15th, 2024 letter from Daphne Daly, Secretary to the Planning Commission, to the Board. After having reviewed the information contained in the attached analysis, the facts as presented in the application, the relevant portions of the applicable comprehensive and other functional plans, and in accordance with the land use article, this conditional use request, if granted, is consistent with the policies, timing of the implementation of the plan, timing of development, timing of rezoning, development patterns, land uses, and densities or intensities. There's a July 15th, 2024 memo from Randolph Mitchell, planning technician. The above referenced BZA case has been reviewed for consistency with the policies and recommendations contained in the 2014 Carroll County Master Plan, as amended in 2019, the Carroll County Water and Sewer Master Plan, and other functional plans. Planning staff finds this request for conditional use is consistent with the 2014 Carroll County Master Plan, as amended in 2019, and would not have an adverse effect on the current use of the property. There is a response to Joe Vance's request of various state and local agencies from Thomas Harris, Permits and Inspections. All comments from a permits and inspection standpoint will be addressed during the site plan and permits and inspections process. Signed, Thomas Harris. There is a response to Joe Vance's request from Laura Mateus, Bureau Chief, Development Review. A site development plan will be necessary in accordance with Chapter 155. There is a response to Joe Vance's request from Andrea Hanley, Carroll County Environmental Health Department. Proposed use may not be acceptable unless it is demonstrated that there is an adequate water supply and adequate area for the installation of an initial and 2 replacement septic systems for the proposed use and any existing uses of this property. There is a notice of public hearing, July 1st, 2024. There's a response to Joe Vance's request from J.P. Smith Jr., Program Manager, Ag Land Preservation Program. This property is not in ag preservation. I have no comments at this time. Hearing notice was posted June 29th, 2024 by Scott Robinson, Zoning Inspector. There is a response to Joe Vance's request from Janet O'Meara, Bureau Chief, Resource Management. Comments? None. There is a response to Joe Vance's request from Anastasia Yemelianova, Zoning Administrator. Comments? No comments. Attached for information only, 3 sections. Then there's an application, request for conditional use for a banquet and event facility. There is a drawing in here from CLSI. I would ask that the file be entered into evidence.
Do we have a motion to enter the file into evidence?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor, aye?
Aye.
We will move the file into evidence. Mr. Pusateri.
Yes, sir.
I see all the opposition behind you, but before you start into your testimony, could you please stand and raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
So help me God.
Okay, very good. You can have a seat. Mr. Pusateri, the normal way we do business here with before the Board of Zoning Appeals is the applicant, that would be you, state your case, and then anyone in the audience and the board members can ask questions of your testimony, and then anyone that is either in favor or opposition can give their testimony, and then you can give summation comments, and then we will make a decision. So with that, go ahead.
There's a field in the bottom of our driveway that's owned by my father-in-law. There's a lot of agricultural land around it, and it's what we believe a perfect scenario for a banquet facility, a temporary banquet facility. We don't want to put any buildings in. We don't want to put anything in that we don't have to. Even the parking area, I want to put up little stakes with a white rope around for the events so that we don't disturb the property whatsoever. My father-in-law, who is now in his early 80s, would love to see something happen with his property that once he passes, the property is being in use to help pay the taxes on the property taxes for the family, which we will gladly help to pay the property taxes. So it's a win for the family in that sense. And I'm getting up in age and would like to consider, because of my present occupation, this would be retirement for me. To be able to have a tent set up, portable restrooms, everything to me, after being in this business now for 11 years, is very simple. This is a piece of cake for someone who's been doing wedding receptions now for 11 years, traveling off-site, traveling an hour to 2 hours, having to do all that requires. So this is our livelihood. This is how, this is how my wife and I would like to continue the rest of our lives. Being able to use the property for something that's meaningful without bothering anybody.
Okay, questions. So you were on the site visit with us, but when you went back Tibbetts Lane before you went up there, there's the field on the right. I actually played softball on that field just yesterday, I think.
Seems like just
It just seems like yesterday. So I just wanted you to be familiar with where it's at. Any questions of what Mr. Pusateri?
I just have a small question. Did you have a capacity in mind? Like how many?
Most weddings that I've done don't exceed 150 people. So it would be 80 to 150 people is what we're expecting.
Okay, thank you.
How many events per year do you?
I'm only allowed 12.
Okay, because if you go over 12, then you need to have permanent restroom facilities. So that's
Correct.
the health department.
And we don't want to disturb the property.
Okay. Mr. Caldwell.
And good afternoon, sir. Thank you for your patience or waiting so long. How many, how would you limit the hours of operation?
Yes.
To what hours?
As far as the show-up time on Saturday, because most weddings happen on Saturdays, we don't really care what time they would show up. I doubt anyone would be there before 11 o'clock in the morning. But we are, in our contract, we are going to state that all alcohol, all music, everything's shut off by 9 o'clock in the evening. I don't want to stay up late at night, listen to a bunch of drunk people dance around, act fool.
All right. So would you have any objection if we put the 9 o'clock limit in your approval, if that's
Whatsoever.
approved?
No, that doesn't mean everyone has to be off the property at 9 o'clock.
Right,
It's
just
stop
the
the
end of live
noise.
music and alcohol, right?
Yes.
Or DJs or whatever.
And
Thank
we
you.
will not provide the alcohol. We will have nothing to do with that. They have to bring in outside bartenders, licensed bartenders, and things like that, so.
Okay, got it.
Any other questions of Mr. Pusateri?
That's pretty straightforward, unless I've missed something.
Okay, does anybody in the audience have any testimony? I'm doing that seriously because I don't know where the cameras are, but there is no one in the audience. There's no one. And Mr. Pusateri, could you testify, who are the surrounding property owners?
My father-in-law owns the property to the south. Juanita Sensony owns the field to the north of Mr. Whitfield's property. And right directly across Tibbetts Lane is owned by Jonathan and Amanda Crumrine, all of which I've spoken with. And they are perfectly fine with it.
What about to the southeast?
That's owned by Mr. Whitfield.
Oh, it's not owned by your brother-in-law?
No.
Okay.
No,
Very good. So-
they're supposed to break off about an acre for his house eventually, I think after Mr. Whitfield passes.
So that's,
So it could be another 10 years.
okay. Very good. And you have the blessing of the, Mandy and, she was Mandy,
You're mixing it.
the old Miller farm,
The old Miller farm, yeah, the Crumrines.
the Crumrine. I couldn't remember
Yep,
Crumrine.
yep, Amanda. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I
Okay.
didn't know she went by Mandy, sorry.
Yeah. Okay. Any other questions?
Make a motion.
Well, wait a minute. I gotta do this first. Presentation of testimony and evidence is now closed and summations are Would you like to make any summation comments?
I don't think so.
Okay. Okay, the hearing and record of this case is now closed in accordance with the Open Meetings Act of Maryland. The board will now consider the case. Board members.
I think the applicant has demonstrated, nice concern about the property, not wanting to disturb it in any way on a permanent basis. That's a plus. He's also willing to stop liquor and music at 9 p.m., which I think is a good number. And he's limited by the code to 12 events per year. I don't see any reason why not to approve this.
I don't have anything to add. I would agree with you.
I agree, same.
Mr. Caldwell, you did a very good summation.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, a motion.
I can give you one if you wish. In case number 6512, that the board approve the conditional use request for a banquet and event facility. The events will stop liquor and music service at 9 p.m.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor, aye.
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 All opposed, no. Our motion carries. Our oral decision will become final upon a written decision which will be issued within 30 days unless otherwise extended by the board. The board's decision may be appealed by filing a petition for judicial review with the clerk of the circuit court for Carroll County in accordance with the provisions of Chapter 200, Title 7 of the Maryland Rules of Procedure. The appeal must be filed within 30 days of the date of the board's written decision. Very good. Thank you.